bank, family, business partners, and the police. What if the bridge between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, join us Fridays 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them, because they are for your own good. Drive with care, because life is dear.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. Here. Africa.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's get into the issues this morning and then gradually make our way through. As other panelists join us, would look at some of those. I am pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over 30 to 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America. This oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States of America to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States with an exclamation mark. How do you read this, Mr. Ndukwe? I'm not sure I greeted you. Good morning, Mr. Ndukwe.
Good morning, Kelly. You see, the story is something very much overwhelming, so it may obviate...
It's overwhelming to you?
Yes, it might obviate the importance of greeting and all that. However, good morning to you and good morning, Nigeria. See, Kelly, what Trump is doing is exhibiting covetousness at the highest level. If you like, call it political covetousness. I really don't understand what he thinks he's doing. That means the world will be on its edge running for Trump.
Apparently it is.
You see, he was talking about Putin taking unilateral action and bombing Ukraine. That one is war, because there are issues that have been teething issues for a long time. This particular one, how is Venezuela, the oil in Venezuela, American oil? Is it that Venezuela had been part of America or what? And if they ceded that part, in unison, they all carved out that part, maybe from America. Should it be that they were one some time ago? I have not read history to that level, and I can't claim to knowing every history. So if there is a possibility of such existing before, and in unison, carved out that particular state and say, this is Venezuela, it's no longer America. How can it still be their oil? The oil, is it a part of America or is it in Venezuela? I really don't understand. Is it the way he did that? It shows that might is right in America. But every time there will be the preachers of we are Democrats. I don't know the democracy that exists in the action Trump has taken. I am saying, I know both in politics and of course in law, morality does not have a space there. You can talk about all the morals and all that, but they go their own way in terms of politics and law. However, what is good and what is bad is bad. There is nobody that will, I don't want to hear about, I have a PhD in this, I have a PhD in that, international relations and all that. I am saying that is a rape of decency. Let me call it that way. A rape of decency for a man to stand up. You are having issues. Instead of using diplomacy to settle that issue as a country. When I say that sovereignty supervises sovereignty, this one is might is right. That's what they are doing. And is what I can call the gumbo diplomacy, which America has exhibited to the greatest extent. Going in and handcuffing a president of another nation and bringing him to your own place.
To stand trial.
Good. And you are now making a prospect for you. You see, after Venezuela, Maduro was taken out, he now told I think it's a
Colombia.
Woman. Good.
The acting president.
That what happened to Maduro may happen to her if she
doesn't cooperate.
Can you imagine that? Is Trump from Venezuela or is it the United States of America? Kelly, it means that we are still living in animal kingdom. We've been saying that we are humans. Is there any difference between what lion or tiger, the big cats, can do to other helpless animals in the bush? Because you have the power, you have the vim, you just whoop on another person and take whatever belongs to them. He is saying he will manage the funds earned from oil or maybe other resources.
The oil now, that 30 to 50 million barrels.
Chai.
He would manage it. Say the funds would be managed by me as President of the United States of America for Venezuelans and the United States.
Even if he does not give them, what can they do? Nothing.
No, but he put an exclamation mark after the United States. That's loud enough to understand that the sharing may be perhaps 80-20. You guys take 20%. We'll see that you don't need it. We're going to provide security for you. We'll be sending you food. So take 20% so that you won't be doing more drug dealings and all of those things. We'll do 80%. So we'll supply you the things you need for your daily survival.
Well, the only thing I can say is that our country, when I always mention sovereignty, supervising another sovereignty, it's also in this bad side of it. Because this sovereignty is higher than the other one in the way its power is. It could come in, usurp that your own sovereignty, which has displayed itself in this Maduro or Venezuelan U.S. Issues now. What Nigerian government should learn from that is that they are like Venezuela. Since this particular president of the world police has turned his eyes and said, you see, we could come in and then blot out these insurgents and all that. And they have showcased it that it's not just a threat. They can do it. Deep into the Sokoto areas, which we have, if you like, you call it stray or whatever they call it. Now I'm going to Kwara and one other place. Let Nigerian government try to cooperate with certain actions. Let them be on the right path so that whenever anything happens, if they will look deeper, because as Venezuela has oil, we also have oil. Oil seems to be a bet now to international powers to come after any country that has it. Who says Nigeria may not fall victim to this kind of thing any day? So let them just be very careful in the way they trade. They may be showing this maybe selfishness of not caring for the people they are leading. And you wouldn't know that somebody who is already planning on how to come and usurp your sovereignty that gave you that particular position you are, is eyeing you to say, I will on this excuse go and then remove this man. So let them be very careful. That's just what I would say. But I tell you frankly, in depth in me, what Trump did to Venezuela is what I think is very much odious.
Well, if the news is anything to go by, they're also planning to buy Greenland. Mm-hmm. They say the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has now written to inform Congress that the United States intends to buy Greenland. Mm-hmm. Greenland is a territory belonging to Denmark.
Yes.
The European Commission, they released a statement to that effect, signed by their prime ministers. President Trump says he wants Greenland at all means. Now he's not talking about what again? Okay, now he's talking of acquisition. Let's buy it outright.
Have you forgotten what whether it was on a suggestion or what about Gaza or something?
I wanted to develop Gaza,
Kelly,
as a real estate piece of property.
The world is on its age now. The way I'm seeing Trump going, that means he could just, if he decides to go to that Greenland now. When we are talking about the president of whatever, is it European Union or whatever that is, Maduro, is he not the president of Venezuela? His position deterred Trump. So he can come in any day and then do whatever he wants in Greenland. Do you have military might to subdue America? That is what is the issue now.
Asim Adams Esquire, legal practitioner and civil rights activist. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. I think it's Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you,
Yes, Happy
sir.
New Year to you and everybody.
Welcome, sir.
Brother Emma, good morning and a Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Good day.
And let me take a reaction quickly to Trump announcing that the Venezuelan authorities are going to hand over 30 to 50 million barrels of crude, raw crude, sanctioned crude. The sales of that crude will be managed by him, being the president of the United States, for Venezuela and the United States.
Well, we know it's an expansionist imperialism.
That's it.
Trump?
Yes, of course. If you know, Trump is a neo-colonialist. Whether we like it or not, he's doing some good things here and there because of the euphoria of bad governance in some parts of the world. The citizens support whatever that he's doing. But where you have good governance, for instance, I think his actions to be criticized vehemently. That is the problem we're having. Otherwise, as it is, there's a new world order. And the new world order now is the American order. It's not even Trump. It's American policy. People say Trump. No. Trump cannot begin to do these things without the premature consent of the Congress of the United States of America.
But some congressmen have been attacking him that he didn't get approval of Congress before he made the move against Venezuela.
What have they done about that? That is gross misconduct under their constitution, for instance, that can lead to impeachment. So if truly they feel he didn't take the consent or whatever the case may be, then what happens? So the Republicans are known, for what Trump is doing. Yeah. He's just trying to rekindle and rejig that, republicanism, in America. Don't forget that it was a Republican, President George Bush that captured and kidnapped Noriega. If you are aware, I think in the 90s or something like that. So you find out that even as it is, Obama, though, placed a bounty, on the head of Maduro, but he never went there to, capture him or take him out, as the case may be, because he was following, the sovereignty of nation rules and the doctrine, as the case may be. But for that of Trump, it's an unbridled infringement of sovereignty of Venezuela people, as the case may be. I hope that there will be no reactionary forces in Venezuela, because from what I gathered recently, there are some groups, splinter groups that were, killed or, forced underground by Maduro. They are now resurfacing, wanting to do what now, defend fatherland, whether for good or for bad. That is one I don't know about it. How long is he going to do this? Now he's going to Greenland, and he has even added Colombia and Cuba. I don't know exactly. So this is an expansionist, principle that the Republicans do have. And mind you, the Republicans see themselves as the J-stock breed. That is, if you see a Republican president, he sees himself as Alpha and Omega, in terms of whatever that is happening. Like when Trump came and said he's going to go gun ablaze in Nigeria, many of us were happy because the people, the government of the day couldn't take care of that. That's why we supported, he's coming to them to do whatever he's doing right now. But where we have a stable polity, because I've asked one or two questions about, Venezuela. I said, if truly that Maduro and the wife, they have control of oil wells in Venezuela, why are they going into drug money? Is it that drug money is more, or they gain more from drug than controlling oil wells? These are questions that nobody has answered. So what I'm trying to say is that, except Maduro is a greedy man, that he wants to, collect, associate with drug lords, and at the same time be in control of oil wells in, Venezuela. Otherwise, the question I've asked the Trump administration is that if a man has control, total control of, Venezuela, oil, because Venezuela is the second highest producer of oil, I think so. I think
they're in the top 3.
They are in the top 3. So if a man has that control, what else does he need? So will he still go into drugs and be? So I don't really understand what is going on there. So the clear aim of the Americans entering into Venezuela is just for the oil. That is why you see he's going there not for the people. He has already mapped out a plan, economic plan that not even economic, it's exploitative plan. That is, I'm going to exploit and explore your natural resources, then I will now determine how I use it. I really cannot understand. So, but if he has a plan, okay, I've removed or I took out your president, because I want good governance in Venezuela, I think by now, what they should have been doing is that in 3 months' time, they should conduct democratic elections and bring in a president that is chosen by the people. But when Trump now says he wants to control the economy of Venezuela, that is an expansionist and imperialistic, tendencies and theories. And finally on this, the quietness of the European Union.
What can they do?
No, at least they say something.
They've been speaking.
They've not been speaking. The voice is there, for instance, UK. What have they said about it?
UK said something. UK.
No, Stammer said that at this point in time, he has something to say about it.
Oh, I know. The statement I read from Stammer is the US is set to explain the reasons for their actions in Venezuela.
You don't need any reason for the action. What you do, like China did, is to condemn and say, no, that is not good. For every breaching at all, for every going there without the consent of your Congress, then you have to, you are breach sovereignty, as the case may be. None of them have said that. Where is France in all of all these things? Where is Germany in all of all these things? Even Belgium, because Belgium is a powerhouse economically in the EU, as the case may be. Where are their voices? The United Nations, I was even thinking that Guterres will resign. And say for Trump to even moot this idea.
No, but Trump has rendered Guterres as
that is what I'm saying.
Vegetable.
You know, Kofi Annan, one time when a similar thing was about to happen, he said, if this does happen, I will step down, as the UN Secretary. That is integrity. I don't know exactly what Guterres is doing about all these things. So, for me, I don't know who's going to stop Trump. He has, listed them.
Nobody.
I hope he will not annex. If he goes to Cuba, that is the end of everything. Because he said Cuba is part of it, Colombia is part of it.
Okay.
And Greenland now, Greenland. If you go to Greenland, Greenland is another oil producing zone. And Norway is them and covered that country very closely. He said they are against Trump invading, Greenland. The reason why they are going there is because of the oil resources that these people have.
Colombia's president has threatened resistance.
But he cannot resist. That is what he's going to say. Maduro did that. Maduro even had to call on China, where China even had to give him, anti-spy or whatever they call anti-espionage, mechanisms, which he planted inside his palace. Mm-hmm. But how US, are tweeted them,
authority supervises authority.
So even China were surprised that what they gave to Maduro to protect him, his phones and the premises and the precinct of his palace, that those things could do what they were demobilized. So that tells you that we have a new world order, and China is so scared.
All right. Let's wait and see. We watch closely what's happening in the international front. But I'd like us to come home for a moment. Is this lady a powerful lady, or she's just a very fortunate and lucky lady? Natasha. Just a few days ago, Akpabio revealed that he was withdrawing over 9 cases of defamation against him, and the speculation is that hers is inclusive. The federal government, as reported by Vanguard yesterday, which she mentioned sometime last year, when she was on her way out of the country and her passport was seized by immigration again, and then she screamed. Immigration came and said, "We're sorry, it was a mix-up." Stop. It was a mix-up. She said the federal government had withdrawn the criminal case against her because she had alleged in one of those campaigns that Yahaya Bello, Akpabio, and one other person planned to kill her. She had reported and written a petition to the IGP, but nothing had been done about it, and so on and so forth. So, on the basis of that, the federal government took her to court to answer questions on, the things you have said, how you have defamed these persons. Come and explain or face possible penalties for your actions. That case has been dropped. So, she did serve the 6-month suspension. It was said that she was going to make an apology to her colleagues. That never happened on resumption. It never happened. The case Akpabio took to court against her, that also has been said to be withdrawn now by Akpabio. Federal government case against her, they have withdrawn that case. And Akpabio was complaining recently, at least through his lawyers, that the appeal court threw out an appeal he filed on the same the same Natasha's matter, threw out the appeal, and is seeking the Supreme Court intervention on that matter. Is she just a very quiet, powerful lady with a lot of influence, or she's just fortunate?
I think she's fortunate, that's all. Because if it's power, she doesn't even have it. When the establishment of a country comes against one must be overwhelmed. I said must. But if one is fortunate, no matter what, whoever may come to hit any kind of atrocity, just going to the extent of calling it an atrocity against one will finally find ones out of the problem or the logjam. I think Natasha is fortunate because, and again, the being fortunate will only be tied to perhaps being on the right path. Yes, because Kelly, something that is bad, and the one that is good is good. If you commit anything that is an atrocity, there is no way you can wriggle out of it. If you are wriggled, maybe some pardon, like the type that came from Tinubu some time ago before it was reviewed, could come to one's aid. But I tell you, if it is something bad the authorities will make sure to save their face that the law runs its course. And that why I'm saying that Natasha is in fact fortunate, because if it is power, will she have power more than Tinubu? Tinubu have eyes and say, no, punish that woman. The judicial officers will do what the president wants. That's Nigerian system. I don't know whether it exists elsewhere. But at least in Nigeria, the supreme person is the president. Anything at all he wants done in government, that's what will happen. Because I have said, why would anybody, if you remember when an election ended in 2023, and they said, I think he was president-elect. It was not, it hasn't reached May 29, where he was given with all the appurtenances of president. Now I said, this particular person is there, seated, and till May 27th, there's no other person. We have president-elect. There's no other person that is the president for now. Because if anything is happening, he will not keep quiet and say, I'm president-elect, he won't take action. No. This is the one that is running the country. So, if he is running the country, the judiciary is there, the legislature is there, and the executive, which at least ostensibly he is the one presiding over them. Is anybody trying to say that the Supreme Court, whenever the cases will come, will throw out his case and then bring up another person? I have never witnessed that in this country. And I've been around for a lot of elections. If Obi, I was specific, Obi, Atiku are going to try to push their maybe powers around, let them go and come back, because there will be one. And it happened. Kelly, if you appoint the Chief Justice, you appoint INEC Chairman, you appoint Inspector General of Police, you appoint DSS, all of them. Tell me who is stronger than you. Your position is what they will always control.
So she's just fortunate.
Natasha is fortunate. That's what I think.
All right. We'll have a commercial break coming up. We'll go for that commercial. When we return, the news, and after the news, we'll continue our conversation. Stay right here.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
All right, well, thank you all for staying with us. We have Maureen from Non's Luxury Homes joining us at this time. Good morning, madam. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
All right, tell us the good news you brought from Non's Luxury Homes, what you stand for, and the rest.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, people of River State. We, the Non's Luxury Home Limited, they say Happy New Year for everybody, and for our new and existing customers, we love you all. They say Happy New Year for everybody. Yes, so my countryman and woman, Non's Luxury Home Limited don't carry better gist. Come meet una for this January 2026. They introduced Non's Garden Estate Omagwa with a promo price of 1.8 million naira. Yes, you dey hear me, 1.8 million naira outright payment, no more 2.5 million naira. But for people when be say they no get that 1.8 million naira to pay outright payment, no problem. You go fee start as low as 500,000 naira instrumental payment. Remember that one now you go come pay 2 million naira, no be 1.8 million naira. Now you go pay again. But that one now you will come spread am for 3 months and 6 months. So collect our number, make you take call us 0808 414 6284. I repeat again 0808 414 6284. 85, or the second number na 0913-238-2724. Our office address dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Come, we go carry you, go show you the land. Remember, land na asset while rent na money taker. You when be say you dey carry 1.8 million, 1.5 million naira, they go buy, they go pay for rent, they give landlord every year. Why not use that 1.8 million naira take buy yourself land when be say na permanent? You no need to call the renew am again. Now just once and for all you go buy the land, and the land go dey increase every day for you. So why not use this opportunity, come buy land when they for 5 minutes drive from International Airport roundabout to AP Junction. Then if you dey come from University of Port Harcourt na Alo, it's just 3 minutes drive. So my people, why not use this January promo, take get yourself land when be buy and build, land when be dry land, no water log, no any issues at all. Non's Garden Estate on my one are just 1.8 million naira promo price. Why other real estate around there they sell 4.5 million naira, but we say make everybody be landlord and landlady for the area. So collect our number again for people when be say they never see their pen to write them out. So our phone number na 0808-414-6285. Make a stick call am again, 0808-414-6285. Our second number na 0913-238-2724. Our inspection days na every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Come, we go carry you, go show you the land. And remember, once you pay, we go give you instant allocation. We know they tell you story, we know they tell you say go come, we they give you instant location as soon as you don't pay. Non's Garden Estate on one, no bush entry, no community levy, no drinking money, just come, the land na your own. So collect our number again, 0808-414-6285. Make a stick call am again, 0808-414-6285. And our second number na 0913-238-27. We dey give free deed of conveyance and instant allocation. Remember, once you pay complete 1.8 million naira, we dey give you 50 block to start immediately. We know they tell you say make you go come. That 50 block now go make you know say, we know they tell you say after 1 month or 2 months you fit start anything. No, as we dey give you, as you dey pay, we dey give you that your 50 block to start immediately. My people, when be say you no get that 1.8 million naira to take pay for that outright, you fit still pay as low as 500,000 naira. We go spread the remaining balance for you for 3 months and 6 months. Then that one now be say you go come pay 2 million naira, no be 1.8 million naira again. So make us still call our phone number for people when be say they never still get the number right, 0808-414-6285. Make us still call them again, 0808-414-6285. Then our second number na 0913-238-2724. Make us still call the number again, 0913-238-2724. Remember, we dey give 50 block for you to start the building immediately. Why not use this January promo, take get yourself land when be say na dry land, na buy and build. People when they around there don't they build houses around there, and then they buy those land around that place 4.5 million naira. But we now for non-luxury home limited, we say make everybody be landlord and landlady for the area.
So let's go over it again. For those that don't have the full payment, how much can they pay?
Okay, for those ones when be say you no get that 1.8 million naira to pay outright payment, you fit start as low as 500,000 naira. Then that one now be say you go come pay 2 million naira again, no be 1.8 million naira. We go come help you spread them for 2 months, 3 months and 6 months. It depends on how your hand go fit carrier. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. We know they tell you story 24 hours we dey open. As you come, every day we dey go inspection from Monday to Saturday. We dey carry people, they go site. We know they give you story, and as you dey come now, we really dey use our vehicle, they carry you, they go the site. We know they expect you to pay any money or any bush entry or any drinking money. Just that 1.8 million naira, you go get the land.
Okay. Your phone numbers and physical address again.
Okay, our phone number na 0808 414 6285. Make us still call am again. 0808 414 6285. Then our second number na 0913 238 2724. Make us still call am again. 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Nonce Luxury Home Limited. They thank you and we look forward to see you all.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the special things you're giving to those that buy from you.
Okay. For people when be say then they pay that 1.8 million naira outright payment, we they give them 50 block to take start immediately.
Okay.
And we they give them fee deed of conveyance. That now be the documents when we they give them for those people when be say they pay outright. And we they allow them to make any choice of the land space where they want. We know they give them story.
How about those that pay in installment? No incentive for them, nothing.
For people when be say now make us still do them in a way when be say na 50-50 for them. Be say if they still pay for that 500,000, we go still carry them, go show them where the land is. We go still show them, make them still they go still make choice of where they need their land to be, and we go still keep them for them till where they don't make their payments finish.
Okay, but they won't have 50 blocks.
No.
They won't have 50 blocks.
No.
All right, your phone numbers again and physical address.
Okay, our phone number na 0808 414 6285. Make us still call them again. 0808 414 6285. Or our second number na 0913 238 2724. Our office address there for number 120 Road, Igritale. Airport Road, Igritale.
Okay. Let me just ask you, let's go over where the land is located.
Okay.
For those that may have missed it.
Okay, for where the land there, if they come from International Airport roundabout, it's just 5 minutes drive to AP Junction. Around there, now in the land there. But if they come from University of Port Harcourt, Alo, it's just 3 minutes drive to where the land there.
Okay. And then why should people trust Nonce Luxury Homes?
Okay, Nonce Luxury Home na company when be say we don't already build trust. We don't build trust. We get solid trust when we say the land. We go in a extra mile when we say we get the land. When we say we no want to make our customers then get any issue. Maybe 100 years, 20 years, 50 years. Maybe they come they worry. They say this land no dey genuine. No, we don't already build that trust. So they say few are come, many are choosing. But Nonce Luxury Home na place when we say you need to choose and you need to get them right, because Nonce Luxury Home na better company when we say then they trustworthy.
All right. Thank you so much, Maureen from Nonce Luxury Homes, for joining us this morning. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
The news update next. Please stay with us.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, has issued a 30-day ultimatum to vessels, shipping companies, and offshore operators in Nigerian waters, warning that failure to comply with maritime laws by February 4, 2026 will result in vessel detention, fines, and denial of port clearance. The campaign, titled Operation Zero Tolerance for Non-Compliance, which began on January 5, targets breaches in vessel registration, cabotage provisions, statutory certifications, and timely payment of levies marking a major regulatory crackdown across the sector. NIMASA said the drive covers all ship and vessel owners, operators, managers, shipping agents, offshore operators, and free trade zone vessel operators. Compliance checks will focus on vessel registration, validity of statutory certificates, ownership documentation, cabotage requirements, and remittance of statutory levies. NIMASA Director General Dayo Moberiola said the initiative aims to strengthen local shipping capacity, enhance maritime safety and security, protect the marine environment, and ensure sustainable use of Nigeria's maritime resources. He urged stakeholders to comply fully, emphasizing that the operation is expected to reshape compliance behavior and impact operational readiness and regulatory risk management across Nigeria's shipping and offshore sectors. The Nigerian Air Force will take the lead in counter-terrorism operations following the United States Christmas Day strikes on jihadist targets in Sokoto State, using American reconnaissance flights to support its missions. Reports say while Nigeria remains open to further U.S. support, Washington's role will primarily be providing intelligence, marking a shift from direct strikes to a collaborative framework. The attacks targeted Islamic State militants working with the Lakurawa jihadist group and armed bandits gangs, and with both nations reporting an unspecified number of militants killed. The strikes followed months of diplomatic engagement after tensions between Abuja and Washington, with Nigeria emphasizing that the operation was joint, despite U.S. officials initially presenting it as a unilateral action. The U.S. reconnaissance flights, which began weeks before the strikes, continue to assist Nigeria in monitoring insurgent movements across the northeast and northwestern regions of the country. Former presidential aspirant Dele Momodu has accused certain groups within the African Democratic Congress ADC of introducing aggression and disorder into the party. He criticized factions insisting that the party's presidential ticket be awarded to a particular aspirant, and such actions undermine the coalition's founding principles of openness and democratic process. Momodu urged the ADC to enforce discipline, warning that failure to do so could mirror the internal chaos that plagued the PDP under Nyesom Wike. He stressed that the party should foster cooperation and unity rather than descent into conflict, describing it as a party of love and not a Fuji house of commotion. On the foreign scene, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has condemned the United States' capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, saying the action undermines Venezuela's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In a statement, Ramaphosa said South Africa stands with the people of Venezuela and rejects the U.S. operation, stressing that respect for international laws and the United Nations Charter inform Pretoria's position. The South African leader urged the United Nations Security Council to take decisive action in upholding its mandate and advance global peace and security amid growing international criticism of the U.S. operation. His comments echo similar concerns raised by the United Nations, which warned that the action sets a dangerous precedent under international law. And that is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.
But August people, una don ready for this ogbonge radio show. We're going to touch light all the wahala wey dey shele between landlords and tenants, and between tenants and their fellow tenants inside Port Harcourt. As Today 95.1 FM, they introduce Kasala Estate. Kasala Estate. This ogbonge program go dey land on top your domot every Saturday by 7:30 p.m. Every Saturday by 7:30 p.m. Kasala Estate. Landlord and tenant make una get radio, because why? We must today touch light on a matter. And na my humble self, Evangelist Open Tate, go be your anchor. For participation and sponsorship, call 080-3360-3926. Kasala Estate. Mommy Samo.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's listen to some of the contributions you've made so far. I see some voice notes here, so let's play them. This one first.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning to the men in the studio. My name is Big Ike from Port Harcourt. Kelly, this Venezuela president's news has made me laugh. Those people that said US cannot step a foot in Nigeria, that Nigeria is building relationship with Russia and China, blah, blah, blah. These people will not fight for you. They will only support you. With all the whole Russian air defense system that they send, that is in Venezuela with the Chinese gun and everything, US went there, subdued everything, and picked him and his wife, take them to the US. Have they sent any missile to the US since? No. Remember, this is a warning to the Nigerian president, which is President Tinubu. Why? Because remember, President Tinubu has a case in the US, a drug case in the US as well. And the only reason why these people have not unpicked him is because of his close relationship with France president, which is Emmanuel Macron, who is also a Western leader and has been helping him in his case. Immediately, Tinubu just say he wants to switch allegiance to the East. They don't unpick him. People think it's a joke when Akpabio said he can't reply to Trump. Do you know the case he has in the US? That senator was telling him, why will he such a thing? We are a sovereign nation. Sovereign what? Let our leaders know how to.
All right. Thank you. Strong words there. All right. Well, thank you. Another one.
Good morning, Ogema, Mr. Kelly, and Barrister Adams. Please, I want to ask concerning the Venezuela oil and the Americans. Please, I want to know, can Trump take any action without the support of the Congress? Can Trump do it? Is that not an impeachable offense? All these things that Trump is doing, I feel it is with the support of the Americans, because he cannot take any action on his own. So please, Kelly, step down. If you hate somebody, that doesn't mean you should criticize the person in total. Please, just step down and check it. Check from all sides. Don't just call Trump all the time. Trump. I think he has the support of the Americans. Please, take it easy with Trump. Kelly.
Well, whether I took it easy with Trump or not, it really makes no difference. And you don't have to swing shots at me. They're not necessary. Because, like I always say, you can choose to take the information or discard the information. I think it was 2 days ago, I was watching Marco Rubio on an interview. And the host on that set was asking him, if the issue all along for Trump has been drug smuggling and trafficking in Venezuela to America and how that was affecting America, why did the operation, the all-celebrated U.S. operation, was aimed at only the president? Why didn't you go after some of the cartels? Marco Rubio, in his response, and by the way, these things are not... I'm not doing deep search to find this information. I'm just waking up, and on my timelines, I'm seeing verified information. See, my playground is X. That's my playground. I don't have time for Facebook. I don't have time for... I go to Instagram to watch funny videos and I laugh and get happy. Right? That's what I do there. But when I want to get information, it's either I'm calling somebody on the phone or I just go on X. And on X, it's like just a routine. I go on X and I see this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. I just see them on my timeline. So I'm not even doing... If I did deep searches, that's a different thing. They're just on my timeline. It's virtue of my activity. So X follows that pattern, and the algorithm will just be generating stories that they know that I may be interested in. That's what happens. Yeah? So perhaps if you stop wasting your time on nonsense fake news and you follow channels that give you proper information, you will just be a bit more enlightened. Just a little. Stop wasting time on things that don't benefit you and stay with channels that give you proper information. Anyway, let me continue. So, Marco Rubio responded to her and said, you want us to go after how many targets? This operation lasted less than how many hours? We're in and out. Nobody died from the US side. Imagine we wanted to go after 5 other targets. In fact, the one that we did with the president, the White House is getting a lot of hits from Congress. Marco Rubio. Do you know Marco Rubio? Let me give you an assignment. Go and just Google it. Marco. M-A-R-C-O. Marco. M-A-R-C-O. Rubio. R-O-R-U-B-I-O. That's Marco. Just Google him. Marco Rubio said, even the one that we just hit one location, that we did it in less than in few hours, Congress is unhappy with the administration. So you are telling us that we should now go and look for 4 other locations where these drug barons are stationed? What would happen then? That what they did was a priority hit or something. That's what Rubio said. I've seen several congressmen put out statements that I have read. To say Trump did not get the approval of Congress to do what he did in Venezuela. Bros, I'm not your enemy, and I don't hate Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump. Doesn't mean I hate Trump. Understand it too. So if you have problem, go and look for your problem. Miss Kelly is not your problem. You have a choice. I shall give you the information. You can say, this Kelly to the top nonsense. So I'm not interested in what he's saying. Just have peace. Just have peace. Hey, just have peace. Just say Kelly talks too much nonsense. So I'm not interested in what Kelly is saying. You just have peace. Do you get it? All these things, you're just wasting your time. And now I've played it now. What? You think you took anything from me? I will still get information, better information than even you. And I'll still share that information. And people that want it will receive it. There, it is I made a joke.
Hello, Mr. Good morning, Ogema, and all the presenters. See, 13% derivation in Nigeria. My name is Christopher. In local community of oil-producing states, have you seen that 13% reflecting in the life of the community? Did you see potable water in those communities? Is there road? Is there what? So what happened is that when Americans now come and say, okay, we want to take over that oil well, the people there will rejoice because nothing. That is why we keep telling government to make sure that whatever they are doing, remember the people, and that is what is affecting the present government. So I want to tell you that is a welcome development. Thank you.
That's an interesting theory. So if America comes that they want to take our oil, manage our oil for us, you people will be very happy because those in power that have managed it ab initio, they haven't done a good job. You see, that's an opinion. I quarrel them? No. You think you want to come and fight me? They waste your time. Good morning, Kelly. What Trump is doing is the same thing Tinubu, Wike, Akpabio did to River State. The world has retrogressed to the primitive mind is right. We are here clapping for Wike bragging that it is his right to appoint who will become the next governor of River State. Trump is fighting bad governance. Here, they are praising bad governance and planning against good governance in River State. Fine, John. See, that's an opinion. That's how you respond. Respond to the issues. Don't take it I'm not your problem. Respond to the issues. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the respected panelists. Capturing Venezuelan president and his wife, Donald Trump, this is disheartening and pathetic. How can a president of a country be captured when attack Clinton West? Under Trump, it will happen. No, it don't even happen now. You can even still do another one. Good morning, everyone. Is it not bad for a few people out of millions in a country to be enriching themselves from a country's resources while the rest are suffering? If our leaders cannot manage our resources to touch the poor, let outsiders manage it for us. King from Port Harcourt. See another person reacting? They are reacting to the issue. Oh, by the way, he said Kelly should step down. I should step down from what? I should quit my job. You go feed me. I ain't stepping down. Nowhere. So I should step down to where? I should come to your house. You can't stay with me for one day. Go run. Hi, Kelly. I'm not surprised by the cancellation of the planned anti-tax law protest by NANS. This has only confirmed that the leadership of the student union are not different from the present crop of politicians in Nigeria. who do not have sympathy for the suffering masses. And of course, it might be possible that some of these student leaders emerged through the support of these politicians. But I bet them very soon they will join the labor market and suffer the consequences of these laws. How he sent this message, and he sent a whole lot more. Well, that's how much I can take. I sent another one just drop. This one says, how is removing only the president an end to bad governance? NS from Woji. I don't know what you're reacting to, so let's leave it there. Other panelists have joined us. I'll allow them react to one of the two things we talked about. Yes, I think they can react to it because Mr. Adams is here to react on the second Natasha story. Chief Loveday Okere, JP Square, political analyst and social commentator, voice of a chain nation living in River State. Good morning, Chief. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you in this brand new year.
Oh, that's true. Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you.
The last time we saw was Wednesday. That was the 31st.
Yes, 31st.
Welcome, Chief.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Obidima is a journalist, international affairs analyst, lecturer in international diplomacy, River State University. Doctor, good morning. Welcome and Happy New Year.
Kelly, Happy New Year. I think it's take Happy New Year, not Happy Christmas.
There's no Merry Christmas.
The Obidima is coming this year. I hope you have not potted from
Happy New Year.
He shut out Labour Party.
I think he has not
my God.
It's a long story.
Have you abandoned Labour Party? I'm not talking about Obi. I say I hope you have not potted from your Labour Party.
It's a long story, sir. It's a long story.
Say something. You have left Labour Party. It's as simple as it.
Let me answer for you.
I'm with Peter B.
That means you are now in ADC.
I'm with Peter B.
Hey,
you know what is happening.
I go for those leaders who have that
you have
leadership
job ship now, you have defeated now, you have cross carpet now. Is that not the
No, I don't follow sheepishly. I follow
no, have you cross carpeted? Have you jumped ship? Have you defected to
our ship is reasonable. The captain is reasonable.
So you're no longer in Labour Party. Just confirm the public you're no longer in Labour Party.
There's no Labour Party. There's no Labour Party again.
Happy New Year.
He said fathers are always saying the truth. Just be truthful for once. Are you still a member of Labour Party?
No. Look,
let him answer for yourself.
Come on, let me tell you.
What are you telling me? Simple question. You want to read history?
I'm with Peter B. If he doesn't get the ticket in ADC, I will not join ADC. That's all.
But okay, you're in ADC now.
So you haven't joined the ADC?
I've not joined the ADC.
Where are you now?
Well, he just said it now that if Obi doesn't get the ticket of the ADC, he will not join the ADC.
Not join ADC.
So he has answered your question.
Okay, you are still a member of Labour Party.
Yes, I'm a member of Labour Party.
So it's anti-party now.
It's not anti-party.
How is it anti-party?
It's not anti-party.
Peter B is a member of ADC.
Yes,
and you're supporting him, leaving their own.
But he has not joined the ADC officially.
That's what I mean. Peter B had joined. Peter B had joined.
His master.
Peter B had joined officially.
Master.
I don't believe who left Labour Party people and started supporting Peter B in ADC. Okay. Is it not anti-party?
Who has joined ADC from Labour Party since Obi defected? Can you tell me?
Who has done what?
Joined ADC from Labour Party.
Is it?
All the members of National Assembly from Anambra, members of Senate from Anambra, they joined National Assembly. Let me just say majority of them, if not all, joined P2B that day to ADC. It was on the media.
It's all didn't matter.
And that's what it is. I didn't say Abia, I said Anambra.
The caretaker chairman of Labour Party joined.
When Rivers State Governor, when Rivers State Governor joined the deputy governor joined the
okay, sir.
It's a graduate.
Okay, sir.
It's a graduate. The bottom line is that you are no longer you are playing anti-party, having been a member of Labour Party and you are supporting ADC candidate anti-party.
Haven't seen that this banter is not going to end.
Yes.
Let us pause it for now.
It's all right.
And return another date.
You are in charge.
Better still, you people can book a date. Maybe one of these nice restaurants.
No, will run out of gas because it's not going. You know that his candidate is leader. It's a bad leader.
Dr. Obidima is confused already. It's confused already.
So he will run out of gas.
He accuses people of anti-party being in one party and supporting another candidate in another party. Now he is a member of Labour Party supporting somebody in ADC, anti-party.
So does it
okay, immediately so we can explain anti-party.
You see, you must bring in here so we can anytime. Make the man spirit not pursue for dream.
No. I want you to comment.
Make yes so we can spirit not pursue for dream. You go run tire for dream.
Anti-party.
I don't tell you finish.
What's yes so we can playing?
Yes so we is playing politics of interest. Politics of interest. And you know why I say that? Dr. Bidima will always come and condemn that he's playing anti-party.
No, you said
that thing you say it was anti-party. That thing you say is anti-party. It's what you are doing now. You say you're a member of Labour Party and you're supporting Obi. What is the difference?
Okay.
But is it anti-party?
I don't know. I didn't say it. I didn't say anti-party anywhere. I'm telling you what Dr. Bidima have said. Yes, sir.
The Nigerian political ecosystem is transactional and prescriptive.
But it is English show.
No, transactional.
And prescriptive. And prescriptive.
Now, okay, when you say that, it's okay. Transactional, some of us are not there.
The politicians that litter the landscape, all of them, they are just like the Fulani nomads, the Fulani herdsmen nomads, who move from place to place or what, greener,
like yourself and
yourself too.
And just like what Obidima is doing now.
Doctor, sir.
There is no political philosophy in Obidima.
Doctor,
if I were you would say, since Obi has left Labour Party, I will to attend. I will remain in my party.
No longer a Labour Party.
Or you say, okay, I'm a member of ADC now. They will judge you by that.
He's not even a member of the Labour Party anymore. We were a Labour Party together.
Excuse me.
Can I now?
We were a Labour Party together. Go ahead, Kelly.
Can I continue with the show?
Are we going to discuss the future of this?
Can I continue with the show?
Go ahead, Kelly. Happy New Year to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Let them know I hijacked the show like America hijacked Maduro from Venezuela.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, sir.
You are very
Thank
much.
you.
You are very much welcome.
So let me go to Dr. Bidima first.
Yes.
We're talking about Trump.
Yes.
You're a fan, or you're a fan to him now, right?
No, he's my mentor.
Oh, okay, he's your mentor. In fact, you want Nigeria to be annexed as the 51st state of America.
Yes.
So
That's what I'm advocating.
Trump will provide governance for Nigeria.
Yes.
Okay. Trump, in doing what he did in Venezuela,
yes,
has now said Venezuelans will turn over 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to him. They will make sales of that oil.
Yeah.
The proceeds will be managed by him as the president of the United States for Venezuela and America.
Yes. Yes. You see, let me take it from the angle of international politics and power. Most of the times we try to misconceive how the international system runs. And there are different perspectives, schools of thoughts. Schools of thoughts in international relations. We have the realism, we have liberalism, we have constructivism, we have postmodernism, and the rest. But over the years, the realist has remained the hegemon when you talk of theories of internationalism, because they say that it is about power. The international system is about power. And if you don't have the power, you cannot play the politics of international system. I listened to Bola Akiyemi on Monday, channels. And that was exactly what I taught my master students that day. And I called them. They should listen. They should tune in to channels. I was laughing. Exactly what I was, because I'm teaching them politics, power, conflict, and strategy in international relations. And Bola Akiyemi said last year, January, he granted an interview when Trump came on board, and he warned Tinubu that he should avoid everything that will annoy Trump. He did. You know, that he should avoid everything that will annoy, in fact, he should avoid Trump in any way. And three, when we talk of sovereignty, and it's like what I was teaching my students that day, Erioko by Professor Bolaji Akemi. There's what we call legal sovereignty. There's also power sovereignty. If you don't have power sovereignty, your legal sovereignty is just nothing. Because you have not developed from that legal sovereignty to acquire a certain power to enable you or even form alliances that will balance power of your opponents to play the game, the international. And what that's it? International relation. It's a foreign policy, and that's where the game of power, the game of international politics or world politics, is situated. Now, coming to Venezuela, Venezuela has the same problem with Nigeria. That's what we call Dutch disease. You have abundance of the resources, your people are wallowing in abject poverty. People are stealing, those in leadership are stealing, looting the resources. Venezuela has, in fact, one of the countries that has the largest deposit of oil in the world. But the citizens of Venezuela are very poor.
But you also know that that's also partly because of the sanctions.
No. It's not the sanction. Look, this issue did not start today. This issue about Venezuela, you may think Trump will just actualizing what America have been engaging Venezuela over the years, both on drug issue
So you don't agree that the sanctions that have hit Venezuela over the years have affected their ability, hampered rather, their ability to produce their oil substantially and sell?
Let me tell you one thing. You see, this is about geopolitics.
Okay.
Venezuela has not played the politics that will indeed kind of respect the hegemon within that political space.
Sorry, let me get this now. First is, I asked, could it be sanctions? Partly, you say no.
Yeah.
I tried to ask again, could it be sanctions?
Yeah.
In answering that,
what brought about the
one moment. In answering that, you say that Venezuela, in my literal understanding of what you just said,
yes,
in playing their politics, have not acknowledged the regional authorities.
Yes.
The heads.
Yes.
Recognize them, acknowledge them, and play along with them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that possibly is a problem of Venezuela.
Yes.
Oh.
Problem of even Maduro.
Maduro, eh?
Yes.
Okay, so
because so
it's not about the greed of the leadership. It's about the fact that the leadership refuses to recognize.
No, you see, let me tell you, in the process of trying to ensure that they compromise the resources of, America has investment in Venezuela, and they have tried to kind of divest that interest by aligning with China and Russia, and that is not what America will not take.
Okay,
America cannot take that.
So again, in buttressing the point that Venezuelan authorities did not play their politics right.
Yes.
Within the region.
Yes. And for the fact that their people are also not benefiting from that resources. That's why there is a kind of jubilation when this guy was taken off.
Which do you think is more? Which do you think is the bigger factor?
No, you see, the bigger factor there is that one, you are dealing with.
No, which is, you said to this now, which is the bigger factor? The people are poor, there's bad governance.
Let me put it this way. Yes. You know that in playing your politics, this is why we are talking of power. You have to be very conscious of the power around you, who has interest also in the resources that you have. And two, you have not done it in a way that will benefit the people. The people are very poor. There are a lot of things that are going on there.
So the first one is the politics. The international politics.
International politics is there.
Okay.
And I want to also tell you that foreign policies, both the objectives and the goals of foreign policies is for your national interest, not for the interest of the other nation, and which Nigeria have failed Nigeria have failed in this area over the years.
So the national interest of Trump as president of America.
It's not national interest of Trump. National interest of American foreign policy, not Trump.
The national interest of the American foreign policy.
Yes.
That's what you prefer,
yes,
right? Yes. Is what is most important
to America,
right?
Not to Venezuela, not to Nigeria.
Okay, so if that interest in literal interpretation means for the fact that you decide to look the direction of Russia and China,
yes,
you position yourself as our enemy.
Yes, which is true, and that's what is happening between Russia and Ukraine.
No. So in that stead, we can now show you that we have power and might to oust you, and then by force take your resources.
America has the power
and do with it as we will, right?
Kelly, I've told you here about legal sovereignty and the power sovereignty. Now, when you don't have certain capabilities, you have to manage the environment, you have to conduct yourselves, which is true. Have to conduct when you don't have that capabilities. So, it's like Nigeria today. We are just down economically, militarily, and otherwise.
So I imagine that if the Tinubu administration could told to the whims and caprices of White House,
yes,
nobody would disturb them.
That is, you are working in line with their own interests.
So
they may not.
So they may not.
They may not.
So it's not really about the quality of governance they provide for their people.
No, it's not about listening.
Dr. Chief Okere. Let me
clear that thing so that I don't put something in my mouth. I don't put something in my mouth. You see, governance is also important because the people. You see, the acceptance of the foreign intervention in that place is about the people. If Trump comes in Nigeria, let me say Nigeria is strong very well, and Trump comes to Nigeria to intervene, the citizens will protest. These are the things they look at. So look at what happened in Venezuela. The citizens are happy because they've been provided by the political class.
I've also read several reports and I've watched some of those sessions where some Venezuelans are very upset.
Yes, some are upset now.
No, but you did not say so now.
If you remove Tinubu now,
he said the people are happy.
Okay, will be angry.
Okay, all right.
You don't know whether Tinubu is supporter or not. I have a right to reply.
No, not really. Because you two started when you were talking about he had left the Labour Party.
He left the Labour Party.
But you called him first now.
But you called him first. You are a defector. He's a defector.
Okay, you see, you threw the first shot.
No, but
he has now responded.
I'll give you the third one.
No, you threw the first shot. He has only just responded.
We were together Labour Party.
So we're not square. We're not square. 1-1. Chief Okere.
But Doctor is my mentor. He said Donald Trump is his mentor. Well, Doctor also is my mentor. I told you before.
It's joke.
We're talking about Trump invasion of Venezuela.
No, not the invasion. No, we have gone past the invasion. It's post-invasion now.
Okay.
Bring your oil. They are bringing their oil.
That is it's still invasion now. Tapping into some other person's resources. They have been invaded in several ways.
Okay.
You see, let me start like this. From biblical point of view, religious point of view.
Sorry.
When David, directly or indirectly sent Uriah to war front, and he died because of what he saw about his wife when he was betting upstairs, and in trying to corner Uriah's wife, he sent him to war front and he died. God sent Prophet Jonathan, to Nathan, thank you very much, to go to the house of David and ask David that a man has thousands of sheep, and the other one have just one, and the one who has thousands just went and still collected the one who has only one and killed. That what should be done to that person? He said the person deserves to be killed.
So go and kill
Nathan now told David that you are that man. David said how? He explained to him. David now went and wrote Psalm 51. That is biblical point of view. America, because they are world power, they have everything. So they think that they can do to any part of the world anything they like. That's exactly what is playing out. America should be preparing to write their Psalm 51 over what they have done to Venezuela.
There's no morality in international politics.
Now, why am I saying all this? The history has it that in America, once the Republicans are in power, the only thing that their first priority is looking for those who have stepped into America in one way or the other. War. Because a lot they have, some of them have this ammunition, they deal with ammunition or what kind of things. Bush family, who are the founding fathers of Republicans. So whenever Republicans are in power, they will always like to fight war. Check out what happened in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was ousted. It was still this kind of thing. They also did it to one of the African countries here today that has never gotten themselves.
It's democracy.
Libya.
Libya is democracy.
No, I'm talking about America now. Forget. I'm talking about America. They did it to Libya, and Libya is never the same. They thought America was coming to do good to them that time. They removed Saddam Hussein, who provided virtually everything.
Muammar
Gaddafi. Everything. And since that time today, Libya is no longer enjoying some of those social welfare packages that was coming from government. You see, from the map,
Gaddafi made a mistake.
I am aware that Venezuela is very please don't distract me.
No,
don't distract me.
Please don't distract me. I insist. Please don't distract me.
Now that you have left Labour Party, you have a new kind of new life. Please don't be the same thing that you were when you were in Labour Party. Don't be the same person. So what I'm trying to say is that because Venezuela is very close to America, and America knows what Venezuela. You see, when you go to some of these countries in Europe and America, they are as small or smaller than River State. Very small country, but they have a sovereign entity. You know, so it's very easy for America to wake up one morning and march on them, and they can't do anything. Okay, so I'm very sure that if Nigeria was perhaps as close as Venezuela is, some of those things that they have done to Venezuela, they would have done to Nigeria.
They can still do it.
Forget it. It's because of the distance or whatever, the manner that they did to Venezuela, they can't do it here. They may not, no matter how small Nigeria is. Please hold on. I'm talking. You may be because you think that you don't like Tinubu. You may wish everything negative to happen to Nigeria because you don't like Tinubu. Please have the microphone. Please.
This is a new year.
It's not
for us, Gen Z. We have New Year resolution.
Okay.
At least we try in the first month.
Okay.
We try in the first month to observe our New Year resolutions. Maybe by the second month we begin to forget.
I didn't come out for the meeting that day.
So what I'm trying to say is that before this ADC man will distract me, what I'm trying to say is that you see, America should learn how to respect people's sovereignty in whichever way.
All right,
they should learn how to respect, because if Venezuela do not have anything to offer, imagine America saying or Trump saying, I will monitor your how many thousands barrels of oil?
30 million barrels.
30 million barrels.
30 to 50 million
Thank
barrels.
you very much. They will be the one to manage it. And thank you. Which means, if you are president or whatever leader of Venezuela,
we're talking about Nigeria is struggling to produce 1.5 million barrels a day. America is telling Venezuela to turn over 30 to 50 million barrels.
You can imagine that.
That Trump, as president of America, will manage
it.
that oil for them.
Yes. So which means you are going to prepare their budget, their annual budget, everything. It is. In fact, if there is nothing like Venezuela as an independent country again, you are now the president of Venezuela.
Oh boy.
Very soon, Venezuela will be next to America, to one of the states, maybe the 52nd or the 51st state of America. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, country may be mismanaging their resources. There could be bad governance in a particular system. In as much as they remain sovereign, because this sovereignty, international law, this and that we preach. Sometimes it is interpreted based on the way you understand. Because when you go to read some of the books written by these philosophers, you understand that every philosopher has his own understanding of definition of how he sees things. Just like when we were in secondary school, people define economics in several ways until Robinson came and defined the one they said it was more universal. So whatever how do I put it? Whatever theory you adopt as being the best to follow in international law could be your personal understanding. Just like the Bible, we can read one version of the Bible and you see people give different interpretation on it. So my father, Dr. Bidima here, was saying that he was teaching his students and he tried to, and somebody also was saying the same thing. That does not mean that what that man was saying on that television or what he thought is the best or is exactly what should be followed internationally. So America should learn how to respect people's sovereignty.
Okay.
Because no matter how you see it, in Nigeria here, you recall some time ago, because Nigeria is bigger and can march on being a republic anytime, any day. From time to time, you see a Benin Republic president, they will run to Nigeria. Obasanjo shut the border some time ago. Just we say, don't come, we won't come again. They were crying because we feel that at least, no matter how small we are as a country, no matter how bad we are as a country, at least Benin Republic, Chad Republic or whatever, these ones are small countries within us who can afford to do them anything. But you must respect their sovereignty. You must.
So let's leave America. Yes, on the request of Beninese authorities.
Yes,
that's the fact.
Exactly.
But let's go back.
Let people talk.
Let's go back to Natasha. Barrister Adams.
Okay, for Natasha.
Fortunate or very powerful and influential lady?
She was not fortunate. Not because of her influence either, but because of the fact that for lawyers who know about matters that pertain to defamation. When I was in Lagos, I did a defamation case, and we are still on it. It's going to Court of Appeal. Now, defamation cases are very difficult. That is why to prove in court. That is why you find out that many Nigerians, so a lot of matters have gone to court for defamation. The court will just either strike out or it will just die natural death. You saw what happened in the case of Faro Timi, that popular matter of defamation against Afe Babalola. The reasons are not far-fetched. One, morality comes into defamation of this type, like Akpabio, Natasha. The legal team, he said he advised the legal team to do what?
To withdraw.
Why? The defenses, you don't know the defenses put up by Natasha.
No, he said the reason is because of what the priests had
That
preached.
is what he will say.
But that's what he said.
That is what he will say. That is what Akpabio will say.
Exactly.
But we, as those who are periscoping, because that is not the only a priest that has preached to him.
But it's not every priest. It's not every priest that preaches and people get convicted.
That is what I'm saying.
So maybe that priest was the one that grace
he was
shone
like
through.
Saul, who
on his way to Damascus,
who is now Paul, as case may be. That is his own narratives or narrations. For me, I don't think so. I'm just trying to open a wide vista.
So you think the cases were likely against him?
Against him. You know why? You see, I told you that if you look at before Akpabio withdrew these matters. He was looking very lugubrious. Let me use that word. He was not too strong or like aggressive as he wanted him to go on. Because why? Natasha made some revelations in her defenses that if they come into public knowledge through that trial or through the course of proceedings of court, Akpabio's name will further go down the drain. issues of defamation that has to involve sexual harassment.
But allegations don't mean the person
it doesn't
is guilty.
matter. The people will
Is
go
it
home with it.
Just the public perception.
See, the people go when they go home with that whatever. It will take you time to go and tell them that what happened yesterday was not the true story.
So it's about
the
the
damage has been done.
Okay.
Now, for instance, a particular act that I saw, justification is a defense. Oh, when in the closet or in the restroom, and he came and he touched my bum because you understand the point now. There was no, Akpabio did not react to that particular whatever. If she now wants to put her defense together, she's going to open up an envelope.
Oh, you've seen some of the things.
I'm just trying to tell
some
you.
of them.
I'm just trying to tell you. You understand?
So she had a stronger case.
That's my opinion. You understand?
Okay.
A stronger one. A stronger one. Now the second one that I look at as situations where honest opinion. These are defense to defamation. Now, when you have read out these paragraphs of Natasha's defense, a clever team of lawyers, we call a big man and say, Mr. Big Man, please, can we get a soft landing? How you get the soft landing is left to you. The soft landing he got was using the priest whatever as an excuse to withdraw the cases.
So how about
that priest was not John the Baptist. You understand the point? It was not John the Baptist.
How about the federal government?
That is the federal government.
They dropped their case.
They couldn't prove it. They had to withdraw. They couldn't have proved that matter. They couldn't have proved, case of defamation against Natasha. If you go to accept the judiciary wanted to be partial.
No, but in that case, Natasha will be a strong woman then.
See, that's what I'm saying.
She knows her left.
Not because of her influence.
She knows her left
but
from her right.
because of her case. When you say influence, talking about political influence, okay. That's what you refer. I believe that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
Not that one, but the strength of her defenses, because she was resolute and remained resilient. That this is the position I have had, and she has not wavered. So she has a very strong defense. You understand the point?
So
now?
they knew.
They knew. I want to give for an example. I said we were handling a matter. We are going to call for appeal. Now the man, a prominent TikToker, I will not call his name. In Lagos, defamed allegedly a traditional ruler in Lagos about how the man goes around with young girls and whatever as the case may be, hotels and as the case may be. You know what now happened? The man quickly ran to court and said, no, that has to be dispelled. Before you knew what was going on, police arrested the young man because he was helpless. He's a prominent traditional ruler. You understand the point? When we got to court, what now happened was that when the boy now brought out pictures of, you understand, still pictures, motion pictures of where he saw this particular man. So when they showed to the team now said, oh my God, this young man has proof of it. They don't say this to look for a soft landing.
Yeah.
You don't know not to embarrass yourself. That was what happened in the Fabio's case.
That's me.
That is my own periscope. That's my own opinion.
So that's
my own perspective. It may be, yes.
Okay.
Not because of the priest. Because the priest does not have that baptismal power to do that.
So
and it's not the only priest that he has. It's not John the Baptist, like I said.
So she had a strong case.
She had a very strong case against the federal government and Akpabio. And they were looking for like that leeway, soft landing, so they're not going to embarrass us.
To wriggle
themselves. Like the Nigerian government did to wriggle themselves out of this American invasion. Because America invaded, then I said they collaborated, there was collabo. I don't know if you understand.
That's not what they said.
No,
what saying is not what they said.
But they said there was collabo.
What you're saying is not what I
that they informed them.
I don't know what happened.
No, sorry.
I was not there.
I'm sorry, man.
I was not there with
No, they said.
I only go by the.
No, I'm coming.
Statement. You know the statement released by.
You know
the statement released by America. Right? The government of war.
Yes.
Acknowledged.
Yes.
That the Nigerian government was an active player in that.
We are not doubting that, but what I'm saying is America announced first before Nigeria announced.
Is quite contrary.
America
in the initial statement.
The Nigerian government that knew where America went to Sokoto. America bombed Sokoto. The Nigerian government could not tell us the town in Sokoto that was bombed. It was the information they gave to them.
Nigerian government give them intelligence.
They say intelligence in Sokoto.
Which intelligence?
We know all these things. Okay. I'm not trying to run down the government, but that is what the truth.
What is the question about your friend Natasha?
Influential lady, or just fortunate?
Over what?
Well, the federal government has dropped the criminal case against her. She had alleged that Akpabio, Yahaya Bello, tried to kill her, conspired to kill her.
Yeah.
She petitioned the IGP. Nothing has happened yet. The federal government said on the basis of that she had a criminal case to answer. They took her to court. They dropped that case. Right? Akpabio also has announced, although we don't have exact mentions of the cases that he's dropping, but he said he has about 9 cases of defamations against him, and with the message from the priest, he's convicted to drop those cases for a fresh start. So the implication is the case of Natasha may be one of the 9, or maybe the case of Natasha may be the 9.
Okay, he said he has 9 cases so that he wants to drop.
9 cases that he will tell
he didn't mention them.
Litigants to drop them.
Or drop, okay.
So on the basis of that, I'm asking, Natasha, is she a fortunate lady or a very influential one?
I think the one that is very obvious is the one of federal government. That of Akpabio is not clear about the cases he's dropping. So we wouldn't have answered this. I wouldn't have answered this question based on the fact that Akpabio has dropped.
Okay, we don't know the exact.
So we don't know the exact. So now on the basis of that of federal government, you see, when you get to Abuja, or when you find yourself into any political arena, and the statement is made where you are, if you live there the next day and see the way it will be amplified by various media, you'll be asking yourself, this thing that they are talking about, is it where I was yesterday, or is another place? So if you are not ardent follower of politics, you will be confused. So for me, it is not an issue of being influential, though Natasha is an influential personality in Nigeria. Nobody takes that away from her. But talking about the case, whether a case is going to be dropped because she is influencer, I don't agree with that.
So what do you think it is?
Because if there is anybody that is very influential, because being influential means commanding authorities, commanding. If you speak, people follows. You are very influential. Mazi Nandekano is one of the most influential Nigerians, but he's in prison now. He is. So ordinarily, if being influenced is enough to drop a case with you, that of Nandekano would have been dropped outright without even asking questions. So, but what happened in that of Natasha is everything that was reviving between Natasha, Akpabio, federal government, whatever, is politics. 90% to 95% is politics. I take that. I'm very sure of that. I beat my chest to say that. And when people are playing politics of that nature, there's a time it will be heated up. There's a time it will also come down. You see, and Natasha has 2 things that are playing for her advantage. One, she is a woman.
Okay.
That, and secondly, among the key players that are playing these roles, Natasha is very close to them through the family where the husband. Remember that the husband brother was a former governor of Delta State, Oduagan. So some of these things have, when you are in government over time, 20, 30 years, you must have had friends, you must have met people. So when you get to a certain point and it is you, somebody must remember one good thing you must have done for him or her one day, and that will even when you're not there, that will speak for you.
But that's also influence now.
That's what I'm telling you. It is the withdrawal of case against Natasha is not because she's very influential, but because politics we have been played one way or the other, and as a woman, there's a level of the way the government would have attacked a man will be different from the way they will follow, they will attack her. There are certain things that Natasha did and get away with it. If you do it as a man, you may not get away with it.
Okay.
So being a woman is giving her certain advantages. However, I want to say that.
What's the second one?
The second one I said is.
You said the first one she's a woman.
Yes. The second one is her popularity among the power.
Okay, that's
player.
politics.
Yes.
Okay.
So these things are. Don't necessarily she being a lawyer or whatever. They are playing politics.
All right.
Some allegations she threw against Ababio, Bello, and even Federal. All these are propaganda to bring sympathy, to attract sympathy to her. And another thing again, Natasha is a very rich woman. So, and you know that in Nigeria, money, attracts a lot of sympathy. If you go to Kogi State, Natasha does not pity money. She carries people along. She does a lot of things outside her, primary constituency, whatever project or whatever. The woman is rich and she goes out of her way to empower people. Wow. So these things mobilizes grassroots for her. And politics is local. Forget about whatever that's happening at Abuja or here and there.
So what do you think will happen in the contest that now that Yahaya Bello is contesting that same senatorial seat?
Thank you.
What do you see happening?
Yahaya Bello, I have to be very sincere to myself here. Yahaya Bello is of APC. Mm-hmm. If he gets the ticket from APC, I don't know who is okay. From the Central District. If Bello gets the ticket from APC and Natasha gets from maybe ADC, because PDP is ruled out as it is now. Anybody getting ticket from PDP now is risking herself, him or herself. So maybe Natasha get from ADC or Labour or whichever political party, and there is a fair contest in that senatorial district. Natasha will win. I'm telling you the truth. Natasha will win. But if they go into contest with Nigerian brand of politics as it is today, Yahaya Bello will win Natasha.
Okay.
Mark my word.
All right. Let's wait and see. Dr. Bidima.
Yes.
You may not conclude. We have to go for the news. Or let's just.
Come back.
I have never seen.
Let's go ahead and Becky.
It is the audacity for me.
It is your time. Say something.
So let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Waiting they happen. Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them can give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. It goes their blood in the chopper. You say this one, no worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted, or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
We apologize. The 10 a.m. news failed. We apologize for that. All right. We'll return. Let me just read some more of your messages, a few more of them, and then we continue our conversation. We'll listen to Dr. Obidima speak. Okay. I'm struggling to understand the reason behind the condemnation. Could it be down to Trump derangement syndrome, TDS? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you have something to say, you can say it. We'll share it. Greetings, everyone in the building. No one is stepping down in ADC. Atiku, I love this because democracy is a system of decision making where power ultimately resides with the people. In a democratic setting, everyone should be allowed to exercise their power. There's nothing like carry-go in ADC. ADC is a party built on principle. Thank God, ability. Atwebu, you sent that one. Thank you. On American intervention in Venezuela, I wish to state that poverty, unemployment, bad governance, American interests, etc. are all factors responsible for Trump's action. Therefore, the answer to the question you asked on which one, I not ask you. John Owagugo, I not ask you. Respectfully, I not ask. I don't disrespectfully say, bless you, they follow the course of all these things. We all have our lanes. You listen to the conversation. I try to be as polite can be to everyone. Just do what you're supposed to do. I don't understand. Wow.
Sovereignty. You have an internal problem that you have refused to tackle. You have human rights issues. You refuse to tackle human rights issues. Good morning, Kelly, Mr. Obidiman, I guess in the studio. Please, when they are talking about this sovereignty thing, I don't understand. Sometimes it pisses me off. What is sovereignty? You have an internal problem that you have refused to tackle. You have human rights issues. You refuse to tackle human rights issues. You have people that die. You're talking about sovereignty. So the people bigger than you should not beat you, but you should be beating people that you're bigger than. I don't understand how this makes sense. The people bigger than you should not beat you, but you should be beating the people you're bigger than. There's nothing like sovereignty if there's nothing like human rights. If there's no internal democracy, there's nothing like sovereignty. So if you abuse internal democracy and human rights, sovereignty should be abused completely. So Nigeria, we should not be talking about sovereignty. Any country that cannot take care of its citizens should not be talking about sovereignty. Period.
I like the way you shout them. Unfortunately, it's not by shouting it that the matter would work.
Not about leadership staying down, as the case may be. You know, act of force is act of force. International relations, yes. Is national law dead? That is the question we are asking. But the altruistic motive of Trump is imperialism, exploitative tendencies.
Dr. Bidema disagrees. And both of you have a right to hold those opinions.
You have the right to do that.
Actually, you have the right.
You have the right.
If look in international relations, there is nothing like you don't go with sentiment or morality. No morality in international affairs.
Okay, so if that be the case, you know, Dr. Adam, Barrister Adams says
very soon I'll be.
Okay. Yeah. But for now, Barrister Adams, you say the contribution.
Yes.
The guy talk about if you can't, there's no human right. That it is plural.
Yeah,
right?
that is bad government. It's plural.
That's what
somewhere.
That's what you say.
If America had bad government like it happened in Joe Biden's time, does that mean that Russia should?
If you had the power,
Maduro should have
no, that is not true.
The power.
See, let me tell you something.
Maduro should have gone and handcuffed
Biden. Article 2 sub 4 UN. You know. You have your phone. You can Google it as the case may be. Yes, you understand the point. Now, you cannot use force, you know, on another sovereign country as the case may be. You can influence. Let me tell you, you can influence a change.
No, there's what.
Excuse me, sir. That is what has been happening.
That's not
demand that the opposition. Of course, I would respect. It's 2 to 4.
Now,
2 to 4.
No, it should not intervene.
Dr. Bidema, sorry, I respect you a lot, sir, but please, I don't want you to guard me, you know, by being domineering. We all have the spirit. We have the spirit of we can dominate. We can dominate. And it's a lengthy one. I cannot, you know, read it. But if I'm giving you, I will just bring it up, read it down to the last word there. There's no time. What I'm trying to say is that bad government or government should not be used as an excuse. The United States government, you know, what the excuse they used was that they even got the consent. They are aware of Article 2 sub 4. But in innovating and circumventing Article 2 sub 4, they are now saying that they got the consent in premature from the opposition leader, who they presumably, you know, said won the last election in 2024.
Yes.
That Maduro, you know, schemed and manipulated the election. That is based on that. That is one of the reasons they entered America.
Now, Venezuela.
Venezuela. The second one is that they also to evade that Article 2 sub 4 cleverly and criminally, you know, is that when, for instance, if a nation is protecting itself for act of self-defense, as case may be, America is not coming to say that because Maduro and Venezuela, that is where drugs, whatever, you know, comes to America, and the American people are using it.
Yes.
So they have the right to protect their citizens. That is self-defense. In that's open and closed in terms of international relations. That is very wrong. That has been argued. International forum, we have argued that.
All right.
It is not possible. We know that there are bad governments.
Okay.
As case may be, but I want to say with due respect that it is a new world order. I said this thing before now.
Okay.
And the new world order may make or mar, the world order.
All right.
The world order. Either a third world war will come, or as case may be.
Adams, yeah, but that is why I was trying to correct you about that article too.
You can't correct me, sir.
It's not
if you use that word, we keep flipping.
No, it's not what.
You cannot correct me, sir.
It's not what article
you can,
2 or
my peers, you can't even correct me. You can't correct me, sir.
Excuse me.
Don't use the word correct.
Okay.
Say your own opinion. Don't correct me, sir. You can't correct me. When you say you are correcting me, you are elected. I agree with you.
Stop shouting.
I'm not shouting. That's my voice. You know me before.
No, but
you know you can't correct me.
He's also right to say you can't correct.
You can't correct me. Article 2 for
Excuse me. Dr. Bijima.
Article 2 for. Let me read it. Should I read it?
SARS, please hold on.
Please
hold on. Please hold on.
Action.
Please hold on. Hold on. Everybody, hold on.
Talk what you're saying now. Don't be telling us as if we are kids.
No, because I was saying it calmly and you refuse to hear me.
No, talk what you're saying. Don't be emphasizing it.
Okay, then let's move on. This conversation is completely over. I raised it and I've ended it. So let's move on. If I'm a dictator, so be it. If I'm rude, so be it. In the Federal Republic, rightly, we have to respect the right of the next person. You have to respect the right of the next person.
Kelly, this is Article 2.4. That's how I did it for you.
This conversation is over.
Dr. Dimitri, withdraw that word.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes it gets like this. All right. So let's move on. Kelly, I like this show. The vibe from the guests gives me premium joy. Kudos. All right. Please, Trump should come and capture Tinubu. You people shy? All right. Some of you are enjoying the drama in the studio. Okay. All right. I was going to read some messages from you. I think I've read. All right, this one. I'll be happy if Trump does same in Nigeria. Nigerian government and their politicians are very wicked and accomplice of all the bad things happening in Nigeria. Those Nigerians who condemn Trump's actions are the corrupt politicians and enemy of Nigerian citizens or Nigerians. Well, I condemn Trump's action in as much as the fact that it's different now, being that Nigerian government is in collaboration with it in Nigeria. That makes it a different thing for me, completely. So, Nigerian government said we are part of it to provide intelligence. The military spoke on it. President Tinubu spoke through his spokesperson. The Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke. Minister for Information and National Orientation spoke on it. For me, that does it. So, yeah, let's move on. let's take Dr. Obidima's reaction to Natasha.
Yes.
Fortunate or influential?
Well, the issue of influential don't need to come to this way. We have to see the whole thing from the angle of a woman who is in the midst of, let's say, the powerful men. And this will also be an issue. And that's why we have this theory of feminism, where women are some certain things concerning power, concerning representation, concerning being given positions, that appear to be exclusive to men, So when they're in the midst of such men, and there are some, actions that are taken that maybe touches their psychology, they react in a way either to resist or to ensure that they are not just taken ordinarily. I think that's where I can see the whole this thing about Natasha. It's not whether it's political powerful or influential. No, it's not because if she's not a man. No. Now coming to Ababio, what Ababio did, I think I want to agree with Adams when it comes to the issue of defamation. How difficult it is to prove. And both Ababio and Natasha, they are all lawyers. Ababio hiding under the influence of what the priest preached to chicken out. It's okay because that is not the first day he has gone to church. And I don't know whether they hear messages about looting and stealing and the restitution. And they cannot, that do not touch them. It's not taught politicians to bring their loots back to the state. I think when such thing happens, we now know that yes, the message is refining them. The message is transforming them. Natasha, at the beginning of this problem, Natasha was even bringing out and saying where this is happened, how telephone conversation, how money was transferred, all these issues and all those things. And Natasha, even if she's a woman, she cannot play the kind of politics that by saying that there's a plan to assassinate her. She even gave a kind of description that Ayaya Bello and Babio. She said all those things. And she had not, under any pressure, retracted. Despite the fact they went to court, they tried to do this and that, till the suspension is over, and she went back. Even the very satirical apology she wrote, she did not even acknowledge, in terms of apology, that she was wrong in what she said. I know that there was a matter they lost. Was it in appeal court that went to Supreme Court? It got to Supreme Court.
Yeah, second, they took an appeal to the Supreme Court.
Who?
Because the Court of Appeal
threw
it out.
Yeah, Ababio took the court.
No.
So
took the matter to the Supreme Court.
So when he has seen all these things, that he may not even get it at the Supreme Court, now you come to say, after hearing the priest message, it touched me, and I had to forgive everybody that defend me, that said all manner of things to me. And I want to know, all these years, priest messages in different churches, and even when I know he was the governor of Akwa Ibom State, he used to invite Oyedepo for a special program at Akwa Ibom. None of these are touched them to say, look, don't steal people's money.
All right.
Access of the state.
All right.
Those ones are Zacchaeus in the Bible.
Okay.
And they were made to return all that he stole as a taskmaster. So I don't agree with him that I want to align with Adam that it is difficult for him to regulate or that this in court.
All right. There's a policy announced by the Ministry of Education to check examination malpractice. I'd like to take your reactions to it. I'll just do quick summary of some of those decisions. Serialize questions. So let me assume myself and Mr. Ndukwe get in for WAEC. This is an assumption. We're taking the same exam. It's English language. But my question 1 maybe it's question 5. That's what they want to do now. My question 1 maybe is question 5. They say that they want to start implementing it. And the continuous assessment, furtherance to that initial policy that no more admission for students into SS3. They're now saying that schools will not be mandated to make submissions for continuous assessment. First term continuous assessment will be in January. Second term will be in April. Third term will be in August. Would these two things, at least these are the major two things, would these two things help check examination malpractice in our schools? Dr. Bitima.
But these are Babioti. I've not asked a man.
Was he not the first person to react to it?
My brother, he wasn't here, but he wants to be here while he was not here.
Okay. Before me and Okere came. Sorry.
No, talk about yourself.
It's okay. I say educational policies. Well, I don't know how they really sat down to think how to handle this exam malpractice in Nigeria. It is not just in secondary school alone. It is even both in nursery school, primary school, tertiary institutions. It's something that is troubling some of us. You know? So when they begin to say about, is it alternating questions? You know, whatever A is answering may not be what the B, may not be the number that is in B question paper. I also, those that will mark these question papers, would that not be tasking? You know, that would be very tasking. And is it computer that is going to do these things? So that is what I don't know. You see, educational policies in this country, they have come, but they have not been sustained for a long time.
Okay.
That's why I say whether this is a well thought out kind of policy that will mitigate this problem.
But you don't think on this, let's say on the surface of it, we enter the same exam, right? My question 5 maybe your question 10. So how I want to copy becomes difficult now.
Yeah. You see, Kelly, Nigeria, you see this country, we are good in developing every device that will checkmate anything that is good coming up, both in our political life, education, any kind of this. And Nigeria is so negatively creative in terms of circumventing every move for a better life. Have they, in this, I was thinking about this issue of technology, using some devices in exams would have come. It's not about you answering question 1 and why it is question 5 in maths question paper. The point is that there are some certain devices that you are in the exam hall, somebody will be somewhere dictating for you.
Yeah.
The answer. Yes.
But phones are not allowed into exam halls.
Look, I'm in the teaching this thing.
People will allow phones. But that's at the university level.
No, phone.
They are talking about this phone, is for WAEC. This is for WAEC and NECU.
Phone is not even WAEC and I mean, parents are even encouraging most of these things.
No, I understand what you're saying.
That somebody can put a device in the ear. Somebody can put a device in the hair.
So somebody puts a device in the ear.
You are communicating with somebody outside. And the person, look, Kelly, A lot of things are going on.
So
we have a lot of ways to beat anything that comes up. We have a lot of ways.
Okay.
In the very negative this thing, parents hate this thing right at the jam level, WAEC level, that even the thing I had there, which is true. Immediately your son, your child, or your whoever goes into SS3 from SS2, and they know that this school is so strict, they will just change, go and register that person for work in another school. Thank God they mentioned it here. This thing has been there for years. At least I know of it around 2000.
All right.
You know?
All right.
So if they can stop that, as your ward is moving from SS2 to SS3, it will remain in that school.
And that's what they've announced.
Yes, I had it.
Yes.
They should maintain it.
You think that's a good one?
They should abolish that.
You think that's a good one?
It's a good one.
It's a good one.
Yes.
But the part of the serialized questions may not work.
It may not work.
May not work. Mr. Adams, do you think this policy would help check examination malpractice?
I don't really know this examination malpractices or practices in Nigeria here. Why? What is the essence of all these exams? What is the essence of examination in Nigeria? That is the question I've asked. Examination, that is, we cubicle, they say this week is going to be our exam, whatever. What has gone wrong with continuous assessment? That is, for me, that is the foundation of all these problems. Because when you put people inside a long hall and you separate them, and I might not remember one or two things I was taught about a year ago, even 2 months ago. So the tendency for me to refresh my memory, I need something to look up to. That is what is causing all these things.
I like the way you put it.
Yes.
The tendency.
So I must have to look at something.
To remind yourself.
Well, of what I read. Because
you have to look.
You have to, of course, you have to look at. So that is not even the best form. There's been this argument that examination is the best form. It's not the best form of assessing a student, also as case may be. Because there are those who are good at retentive memory, whatever as case may be. There are those of us who, when you teach us something, I need a spark for me to remember what I have to write. So you find out that is the reason why people are desperate in the first instance. Why don't we rely on the continuous assessment and say, this is how your tests, whatever as case may be, you do? I heard overseas in some other countries that examination is not as rigid as we have here. Examination is more like research. They give you questions, you go and do your research. How you do your research and you present it, they score you based on that. But when you take all the textbooks away, even Bill Gates that brought computer cannot remember some of the things. He has to look at somewhere. That is the truth of the matter. So when you taught me, you see, when I was a student in Ekpoma, I remember there's what we call Almighty June.
Oh my God.
Almighty June. The lecturers will teach you, land law, criminal law, whatever they will teach you for a whole session about 9 months. And they now come a week and say this is the week of exam. All the things I was taught about 9 months ago, I have to regurgitate them. It's not that easy. See, that is why you find that when they categorize, say the man made first class. You find that those who made first class today, they are not even doing well in the industry. Those who make third class and pass, that is the people who are ruling the industry today. Because we could them into a particular place and say, put them under pressure and say you must write. This marks is 6 marks. You take all the phones, take all the notebooks and whatever. So how do I write that exam now?
All right.
I must have to. So we have to reconsider this. It will not even stop. No matter what they do. Coming back to your question now, it will not stop exam malpractices. See, for those of us who wrote, I wrote my WAEC in the 80s. For those of us who wrote in the 80s, we heard that Expo started in 1970 something. Yes. They used to call it Expo. That's what they call it then. So when we were writing I wrote my WASC in 1982. That was when I wrote my WASC then. They now told us that there's an Expo. I said, what is Expo? So they said it's those people the 70 class to 80.
Exposition.
Linkage of paper. You understand?
That's an exposition.
Exposition. People are desperate to have to know. You see, that is the situation. Now let me tell you something. Have you been to an exam hall, you know, where you know what you're supposed to write, but when you get it there, you just forget. Maybe you don't really know exactly. Oh, this is what do I do now? It is when you leave the exam hall that you now remember those kind of what you are supposed to put down there. That does not mean that you are not an intelligent person.
All right.
So I don't think it's going to help, you know, curtail malpractice. It's even going to aggravate. You see, a lot of things are going to come out.
All right, Chief Okere.
Yeah, you see, decentralizing or separation of patient numbers, you know, scattering them, can never be a solution to exam malpractice. Because when you change your style, those who are into it will also change. Will follow. In fact, they will follow you bumper to bumper.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So, yes. So the only thing that can end the examination, or that will reduce it, let me not say end it, that would go can bring it to its minimal rate, is the kind of policy, you know, the kind of reform we shall bring. In fact, this thing became worse since after the introduction of 6334 system. That is where somebody, you know, cannot repeat class any longer again. That is when we killed our education system. I want to agree, hook, line, and sinker with what Barrister Adam said. If you want to test students' ability in a something called exam, teach a student today, teach them maybe from 9 a.m., maybe 3 hours lecture. Set an exam on that thing you have taught them. You will see that about 80% of the students will score above credit mark. No matter how poor or comprehensive the students are, set that exam immediately. But when you teach me about the definition of economics today, and tomorrow you introduce statistics in economics, you introduce the other, what do you call it, capital of production or whatever, and you model everything together after 3 months, 4 months. I may not remember what the definition of economics is, but I know it. But immediately, maybe after the time I started, that's sure I know this thing. If you ask me that, then I will define it to you. That's exactly why I want to support Adam. It's not that I'm condemning the examination. Examination is such a way to bring people, students' consciousness to know that at least we should be able to go in. But it should not be the basis of assessing students.
So this policy, you don't think it will work?
The policy may not work very well because they are not going to the root of the issue. You see, what I'm trying to say is that there should be a reform where Nigeria should invest properly in education. There is no department of there's no counseling department in school. Let me tell you, as a student, I had intention. There are 2 courses I said I will read. If I don't read this, I will read this. I wanted to be a medical doctor. At that point, I said no, I will be an electronic engineer. That was the 2 things in my head as at then. Now, in the long run, something happened where the secondary school I attended, there was nothing like laboratory. There were no good science teachers. And during WAEC period, they were like, okay, if you are registering biology, chemistry, physics, this, that, you will pay 15 naira for this and that and that. Some students, because they want to register as subject where money is not attached, they call out the 15 naira and register as, and maybe use the money to buy what do you call it, ice cream as a then. Now, if there was a counseling department in a school, or there is a counseling department in a school where students are mentored from secondary school,
like a guidance counselor.
Yes, before you go to register, in fact, these people will follow you from class 1 to when you are able to register, and they will counsel you and tell you exactly, this will take you to this, this will take you to this. You know, you begin to shape your understanding about what your goals, what you are pursuing. If I'm going to be a lawyer, these are what I'm going to
see. In fact, one of the things that discouraged me for that time from going into law as a younger student was that they said everybody who is a lawyer is going to hellfire. That's what they told me.
Misconceptions.
Yes. Now I said that thing that will make me to go to hellfire, I will not near that course. So, do you understand me?
Okay, because I've also heard that lawyers always lie.
That was ideology. That is the thing. In fact,
so liars will go to hell.
Because growing from a home that is a Christian home, that that morality was very important. Now everything about the thing that will be negative about humanity, you avoid it based on what your parents have told you. Now people will come and tell that, look, if you that lawyers are they lie too much and you go to hellfire, you run away from that course. And this thing didn't happen to only me. There are several persons who were supposed to read law. That some persons wanted to read medicine, and because of the information people have given to them about medicine, have you seen somebody who had this money was going to buy a particular car? Somebody will come and tell you, don't buy that car, it's a very bad car. Meanwhile, the person has not driven that car before. He will tell that car is a very bad one, don't even hear it. Meanwhile, it's a car that other people are also driving.
Then why did you listen?
Then you run because people have passed this information to you and you comprehend it. So most of mistakes, most of the things that people are facing academically, those who are even a dropout, it's as a result of inability for the system, the government to provide counseling unit in schools to mentor people very, very well. Every time we're talking about, in fact, one of the purposes of exams these days, sorry that my father is a student and is a lecturer.
My uncle.
This is a very serious matter. I have children that are in school, in universities. I have children, I have wards that I'm training in university. One of the primary objective of, in fact, whenever it is time for exams, most of the lecturers will shout at the lawyer. It is their own time
to make money.
And you see them go and ask questions that students cannot answer. Even with your textbook or your hand, you can't answer them.
And the textbook is their textbook.
Yes, they will twist everything to make sure that at the end of the day, the students will pay money in the name of something to them. But we're complaining every day about when I'm driving on the road, police will collect money from me. This thing is everywhere, corruption. So for me, if we must encourage students, our children to go to school, if we must eliminate examination malpractice, we must remove that idea of telling them that examination is the alpha and omega in acquiring knowledge in school. Right. So that everybody will not put in his energy on examination. Rather, continuous assessment. After teaching students today, give them tests tomorrow. No. Test their understand about what you have taught them and assess them. Maybe 30% of 100. Let the exam be even 20% at the end of the day, so that everything about examination malpractice will reduce.
So all of these things are ideas in X-raying this particular policy as announced by the Ministry of Education. But I'm just thinking, right?
But have I spoken your mind?
You have spoken my mind.
Thank you very much, sir.
Even recently, I enrolled in certain programs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when I sat through a particular class, I didn't understand a thing. After the class, I left it, went away, came back the next day, went over the material again.
Yeah.
It now made sense to me.
Exactly.
Yes. If I had written exam the day that it was taught, I would have failed. Because I didn't understand.
That's another level of it.
Yes. I didn't understand Jack.
Yeah.
And there are some that are straightforward, you just get it. There's also the part that I know happened to me in school. I planned my study times. So we're done from learning. We come back home. I don't wait till the next day before opening. I should come back home later in the evening. I bring out my books, all the subjects, and I just read the things that we studied.
Yeah.
I just read them. Those things somehow stuck with me. So I didn't wait till exam week.
Yeah.
Wait till exam week to bring out everything to start studying. Then it was now putting me under pressure.
Yes.
You now have to cram.
Yes.
To cram. But
study and show yourself approved.
I was actually studying. This is not make good or radio. This is real life. After school, bring out my books, read the things that were. I wasn't reading for a test. I was just reading to know the things, just to become more familiar with it that have been taught in class. When it was time for exam, all I needed to do was revision. called up this one, mathematics, this formula, this is this is it. It was easy because I'd spent the time studying. And I knew when I did not study and it was time for exam, there was pressure. Because I had to now put all of those things in my head. So the solution may not be one way, it could be many ways, but finding one that works for everyone.
Something I want to, when you
Quickly.
mentioned me about questions, in River State University, I want to clear something. In River State University, a lecturer, if he says a question, you will submit it to the HOD. He must go through it. So it's not that he must set the question that student cannot answer. Okay. No, I don't agree.
All right.
Yes.
All of us pass through the system.
And maybe this one is new now.
I was once a student.
Maybe this one is new.
Chief Okere,
I also
it may have changed over time. You see,
Okay, you also experience what I'm saying.
Yes, because
Okay.
what you said is exactly what, even in tertiary institutions.
Thank you very much, sir.
Lecturers will give what students can't answer. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. All they are doing is to build way for yes. It's all right. See, Kelly, I think we are just joking in our educational system in this country. All the arsenals, Ministry of Education, in other words, federal government is coming out with, and we think it could solve stop examination malpractice. We are just joking. See, there is no way there can be malpractice if the authorities of the school that is hosting the examination does not agree. If you want to do everything, some people have gone to the level of if they come, they'll go and meet the principal and sort out the principal. So that when you are writing, even if the vigilators will be invited by the principal.
But the external invigilators.
Listen now. The external invigilators, are they from heaven?
They are all culpable.
Are they from heaven? See, let me tell you my experience. When I was writing, you know, my way was technical. Then I later said wanted to go into university. No way. They said you must write GCE and all that, which requires arts. I went in, and I was intelligent at that time. So let me not talk about now. I said I'll pass these things. They told me no. There are groups you will come and join you. Everything will be a walkover. I say I don't want to have my head. Kelly, I went in because I trusted myself. But on the day of examination, even myself that did not register through that group, it was my paper that was used because somebody had to run amok, as it were, seized my paper and started saying, if you do anything, telling the invigilators, do anything, I'll tear this man's paper. That was English language. My paper was because the invigilators couldn't snatch that paper away from her, and then they used it and read A to Z to everybody, and they were sharing my own paper that didn't read. Then I asked them later on, after I had passed my paper, what about the group people said I should have joined so that it will be a walkover? They said no. Even if they had finished, but that the girl misbehaved, even if they had finished, they will now take it to the highest authority, where the false will pay, and they will give them the right thing. Is it not when they see your name, they write your name, variety of people, right? And then shared all the answers you would have shared, which are
not joined their own group now.
Simple. So when government is coming out with all these things, you send, let's say, even if you send each representative from all the examination centers you send, for instance in River State, you send from Abuja, you are well represented. Those people, are they angels from heaven? See, Kelly, with the way corruption is and the equivalent amount of hunger that is indeed ravaging people, anything, unless somebody had decided to do the will of God, nobody resists anything. If not, once they tell you, now take this money, and you know that when you stay, you go home, and nothing will come into your pocket, and your children are there to cry, and your wife, everything, all of your responsibilities, you obey them. You collect that thing. That does not mean there are no exceptions, though. But I am saying, when just like you hear majority could come out and have false idea, and they will gang up and maintain that. You that are a minority speaking the truth will just fail. So for me, if you are now saying, I have number 5 as the beginning, another one has number 10, it will only mean one thing. The authorities of that institution that will host the exam could stay together, write out all the answers, no other thing, because that's what is required. And then give to students. Simple. They will write the whole thing. And in the end, this one passed, this one passed, this one passed, and it's true examination malpractice. So for me, we are adults. We are not kids. Let them look for a way to run the country well.
That's all. That's all.
All right, final story before we open the phone lines. Atiku insists he's not stepping down. Every candidate has a right to contest, and every candidate will be given a fair, free chance to contest the ADC primaries. May I ask a question? People, let me take a rest. That's what it is. Really.
Why did you fail management to
interestingly, I had you in mind to start with before you even said it.
Okay.
Interestingly.
I read minds.
Oh my God. So, you see, what I don't like among my fellow Nigerians is when we pretend, when we try to behave as if we are in politics, when we behave as if we are Americans or we are in Europe, we forget that we are playing politics in Nigeria. We pretend too much. You see, Atiku's statement is a confirmation. Is an earlier warning system to members of ADC or anybody who will come and tell him to step down. That power should remain in South for South to complete 8 years or whatever. It's an early warning, and ADC is formed, rallied around Atiku.
Simple.
So anybody who wants to be a presidential candidate in 2027, and you are having the mind that you are going to get it in ADC, forget about it. It is Atiku. That is as simple as ABC. And they have succeeded in luring P2B into that party. And the highest, if at all, he will accept, the highest P2B will get is to be Atiku's running mate. If he will accept it, fine and good. So he has just made a statement that he's not going to step down, and it is pure. In fact, the Atiku Abubakar, El-Rufai, where are those men that, this other man from Benin, the party chairman, David Mark, Aregbesela, all of them, they know that this party were from. In fact, Atiku is the one who is funding the party, even though that money could be coming from another area. So the party is his party. He has already built structures all over the country. So when that person who think that he will come there and win Atiku, is wasting his time.
Okay,
I'm very convinced about that.
Vice Adams.
Kenny, my own listening is very straight. Atiku is ADC and ADC is Atiku. 2 is that Atiku is somebody also I respect so much, just like Esowike. The two of them, when they need something, they go straight. They don't beat around the bush. In 2023, when PDP, I think ostensibly said they have a zoning arrangement, that the tickets will go to, I think there was a zoning, whatever that happened.
Yeah.
In PDP?
Yeah, PDP.
They never agreed.
The committee was still meeting where he went and purchased his phone.
They did not agree.
No, they were okay. They were. The vibe was that the South should, take that particular ticket. Then Atiku came out openly and said he is contesting.
Mm-hmm.
and that zoning will not affect his ambition. That was 2023. And this time around,
more like 2022.
Yeah, 2022, yes.
2022.
And he is still constant. And he maintained that particular trajectory. He said, I am contesting. It's not like El-Rufai and some other candidates. As are you contesting? They say we don't know yet. We want the best candidate to be. Atiku said, I am contesting and I will not step down for anybody. Let all of us throw in at whatever, whoever that wins, I will support. You understand? Politically speaking, on the surface, that is a democratic statement. But underneath it, there are so many pressure and whatever tension there. Now, the problem is this. If you look at ADC as presently as it is, there are people who were dissatisfied either with what is happening in PDP or APC or Labour Party that now cross-carpeted to that particular party. So everybody, the top-ranked people there in ADC today are aggrieved and renegade members of a party. Them with intention or an ambition to do something that will take them again to that political pedestal that they want to be. So Atiku is not different. Now, when I knew that there was problem, before Atiku even made this statement categorically, was when Patu told me on open air television, said unequivocally and said that if P2B wants to act as vice presidential candidate to any candidate, that he will leave P2B. Patu made that statement. And what followed was Dele Momodu's remark in response to Patu told me. He said, no, that is not how it should be. Things should not be like that. So I knew that something was, going on there. My fear, which I have enounced till today, is that where lies the position of P2B. P2B was my candidate in the 2023 general election, presidential. But I've seen him, he left Labour Party and he now went to ADC. Is it that ADC that he went to just to gain traction? And maybe when the chips are down, he will now live there again when they have been oppressed and suppressed. Because I know that is what's going to happen. He does not have that clout to displace a salamander like Atiku Abubakar. As the case may be, politically speaking.
Okay, so you're saying even if the contest was free and fair.
That's right.
Obi cannot defeat.
He cannot in the primaries because there is more to it than meets the eye.
Okay.
There are intrigues, backstabbing and conspiracy that do happen in circles of that nature.
Okay.
And when you have people who are thirsty and are very desperate for power, for instance, if you look at an El-Rufai for an example, he will tell you that this man is there for a purpose. And if you are not doing his bidding, he's bound to react and he might not be too good for you. And Atiku Abubakar has been moving from one place to another just like a reed floating on top of the Niger water or the Benue, seeking his ambition. He wants to, cubicle his ambition somewhere that he can espouse and nurture it. And he created and ran to ADC to do that. So you cannot displace a man of that nature.
Okay.
The second one for me, finally, on this program is this. P2B, in my opinion, is a decent Nigerian politician. He is in the same house with, I'm sorry, I'm not saying they are like that, but I'm sorry, unfortunately, I have to be uncharitable at times.
So you're suggesting that they're like that?
I'm suggesting that he's in the wrong place. He's in the wrong place. A P2B ought to be like a Democrat in America, but he's now working with Republicans. You see, it's a confusing situation. I do not see any reason that a P2B should be hobnobbing because he has now become desperate for power. That is why he's going to any length now to join forces with even those who ruin Nigeria and those who has preached against, whose ideologies and principles are different.
All right.
So Atiku Abubakar has made it clear. I also want P2B to stand up and say, I will not be a vice presidential candidate to anybody.
Dr. Obidima.
People should come out and speak their mind. Yes, Oluka speaks his mind. Atiku speaks his mind. Peter Obi should speak his mind and say, look, I am here to contest. I will not be a vice president candidate to anybody.
But in fairness to him, he has said it many times.
Good. Let him repeat and let me hear.
No, he has said it many times.
That was before. That was when he was in Labour Party.
Just because
let's say it's not that he's in ADC.
Peter Obi has said it many times.
Okay.
In other political parties.
Let's give me that benefit of the doubt.
Peter Obi has said it many times.
Dr. Obidima will help us more. He knows where we belong when it comes to this level.
He will still belong to that place.
We still belong to that place.
Yes.
Doctor, please.
As a matter of fact, is it Nigeria politics?
Don't be talking like an orphan now. Don't be very agile.
Don't eat into his time. I want to hear him out.
Be very agile. This is why you are like an
allow
orphan.
him to talk.
Because I'm sympathizing with him.
He did not interject when both of you said
No. I'm just trying to help him.
In fairness to Dr. Obidima, he did not say anything while both of you were speaking.
Yes.
Allow him to make his point now.
I'm just being sympathetic.
I will appear
the way he's appearing.
at a visit.
Oh, sorry.
Kelly, Nigerian politics, unfortunately, is still at this very primitive level. It is not modernizing, it's not civilizing.
We know.
Especially this past, since APC took over government in Nigeria, it has become something else. That is why we don't have political parties in Nigeria.
No, we have.
We don't have. We have personalities.
Okay.
Yes. And people are moving toward these persons, not party. That is what is going on. Until we begin to play party politics. And don't blame anybody moving from here to the other place. There's no party politics. If you go to APC now, APC is not talking about your mandate. Tinubu mandate. It's not about APC. You know? Even my brother who is in the studio here, it's not a APC, but it's on Tinubu mandate.
Who's your brother?
My uncle. So, sorry, I'm sorry.
People are not well.
So what I'm trying to say is this. I think P2B was quite strategic enough to move. That was a strategic move to go to ADC. That Labour Party, those who are mining Labour Party, allow themselves to be used to balkanize Labour Party. Labour Party, why did Labour Party have that kind of traction they had in 2023? It's because of P2B and the obedient movement. And that obedient movement is still organic. You know, and that is what P2B is carrying along. So, in going to ADC, you should know that it took P2B time. Like what you are trying to inform Okere here. Even when you are not joined ADC, you have been saying it and saying it over and over again. Not only him, even Chibika Mechi has also said it.
Yeah.
You know, they know the people who are managing the affairs of ADC today. They know what happened to PDP, and they will not want a repeat. That is my own assumption. They will not want a repeat of that in ADC. If not, if such happens, or a show of it, will be the end of ADC. PDP, I'm not writing them off. PDP is still a strong opposition party. I'm happy that they met Jonathan, and Jonathan, in fact, from that conversation, Jonathan said what he said, in fact, let me tell you, there is an Eliezer to PDP. It's a big OCG that the ruling party, because the personality of Jonathan globally, is something that they don't have. So, coming to the P2B issue, for P2B, when did he defect? He just moved to ADC at the last day of the year, 2025.
Wednesday.
Yes.
31st.
2025. And there may have been discussions, consultations, and all those things. He didn't just move to ADC ordinarily.
Just like any other politician.
I would think so too.
He moved even with his own geopolitical consultant
Okay.
to ADC.
Okay.
And that's what happened in Enugu that day.
Okay.
Even those who are in National Assembly members who are not even of Labour Party extraction, like Abaribe, also move with him. So there may have been a lot of background. Yeah, Atiku, at this stage, I will not even say that Atiku should not say what he's saying. This is politics. So that the focus that could decide the APC or say, P2B, you are going to be the vice, and all those things, you are going to be the vice. At last, there is a kind of engagement that are going underground. And I know that at the end of the day, with P2B saying, look, I will do 4 years, and the power will rotate. And I'm very much sure, and the statement Concoso made about 2 days ago, I'm
looking for options.
They may put pressure on northern distant candidate to wait. Let the people run out their 8 years, and this thing will come. Atiku at that point may just want to give up, but not at this stage.
Okay.
Not at this stage.
So
No, you should not. They cannot say that
politics.
because let me tell you, a lot of people who are joining P2B, going to ADC, they are also making it loud and clear. I think Aisha also made the same statement.
He made the same statement, yes.
About a few days ago.
Don't go there and eat grass. Yes.
So, and they are knowing it. Now, look that rhetoric. And one rhetoric why I said that I'm with P2B, and if I didn't hear that from him, I wouldn't have identified.
All
In fact, and that rhetoric, they was defected. He said that this time around, they are going to resist
Okay. All right.
any electoral malpractice in this country.
So
I love that.
So Atiku just made a political statement.
You mean Atiku?
Well,
Yes,
that's a political
that's
statement.
a political statement.
Mr. Ndikwe.
Kelly, I have been on my position ever since the ADC was formed. I have not seen them as any impregnable opposition. I have said so. Not that the people that are there are not important or are not astute, are not intelligent politicians. They all are. But I tell you, I said the machinery of power in this country is in the hands of Tinubu. The only thing I know, I am using a past tense because of when it started, was that Trump threats, if Tinubu does not follow methodically with what the White House is dictating to him, he will lose power in 2027. And he wants to come back. Now the question will be, is he following what they are saying? If he is doing so, he is going to come back. This is Nigerian politics. Whatever anybody is thinking will not indeed stand up. See, when Atiku, when Obi defected, I said, this man is leaving Labour again, going to ADC. Does he have a space there? I said, okay. The problem for ADC is who will fly their flag. That's what will happen, because I know that Atiku Abubakar, even if he dies today, God forbid, you now carry presidency of Nigeria and then put it in a casket and do come and be president. Atiku will resurrect. That is the way it is for him. And so, if you know that this man is not going to die so long as you are dangling the carrot of becoming Nigeria's president and you are moving in there. When I mentioned it in this studio, we were on discussion. Some people told me, no. Obi has been chosen. That's why he's crossing. I said, okay, accept that. See, Kelly, if Obi is not told that, because Obi has said severally that he's not going to deputize anybody. Rotimi Amechi said so. Now, if truly they are not telling him, now you will be a deputy to Atiku, that means he will leave. And where will he enter? It may be an obscure party. OBC, I have told people who case to, that's my understanding, I'm not saying he's the mother. In 2023, Obi wielded a lot of influence. The influence Obi will wield in 2027 will not even match half of what he did in 2023. That is the way I understand Nigerian politics. And if Obi is going there and Atiku is still standing up, because until Atiku can't stand up from the ground, that's the only time he said, there's no power for me to over you. If not, he will continue. So, Obi is very much shaky. He's not steady, knowing exactly his reason for going to ADC, because Atiku will not agree anybody. ADC is his party.
0810-951-0951. Messages 0701-9339-962. Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome. All right, call drop. If you can, please call us back. Hello, good morning to you. Today 95.1.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
I see your panel in the studio there. Okay, my God.
Good morning.
Your radio is loud. Your radio is loud.
Okay, sir. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay. God bless you.
Your radio is loud.
Happy New Year.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
I greet all our guests in the studio.
Good morning.
You're welcome. Article's comment that it's not stepping down for anybody. Whether he likes it or not, he has been contesting now. He gave him mandate 2019, and he failed. 2023, the same thing he failed. He has been contesting. But let me tell him this morning that I say he should hand over arms and give younger candidates in that party. He's not the only one that will be running anytime they come out, he will be a flag bearer. He has been tired of being a flag bearer. Please allow Abechi and Obi, one of them, to take the decision and first Tinubu 2027. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Kelly. FCT Minister said he will correct the mistakes of 2020.
What's your name, please?
Mr. Joseph, I am in element. If there be anyone to regret about that decision, it should be Rivers people. Recall how it was claimed that he imposed the candidate of Kubara on the people. And he deceived the people he wasn't going to interfere with the issue of governance. Today, as I speak, the reality is different. As the truth is, the state is on a hold, and the governance of the state has been put on hold because of one person's personal interest. It has been told, has been alleged that his son is contesting in 2027 for the office of a House of Rep. All the people he has lined up to impose on Rivers people will reject them in 2020. They threat.
That's your time. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, George.
Kelly, Atiku saying you will contest for 2027 under AD. Kelly, you see, Atiku, I don't know. Why not allow the start, let them finish their 8 years so that that people can, so that we can give them to rule for another 8 years. Because this thing has been an arrangement that has come to save the country, and the thing is bringing peace. So why not allow P2B and Rotimi and Meji and all that are there? Still agree with it. Even when due to 2023, say he did the same thing to Nyesom Wike. That thing that Nyesom Wike talk about, I think Nyesom Wike is being vindicated because Atiku is still greedy. He wants to be everywhere. If you as soon as it is power, even when it's dying, as soon as he bring power and put it in the clothes, he will just love and wake up and say, let me grab power.
Okay.
I want to rule before you leave the world.
Hello. All right, thank you. Today 95.1, good morning. Wellington, welcome. Wellington, the signal is very, very low. Wellington, please call us back. Today 95.1, good morning.
Kelly, good morning, sir.
Hi, Madam Dota from Gokana, welcome.
Thank you. I greet everybody. Kelly, my hope this morning, all these outsiders who want to contest, are they saying that Taraban is not going again? And if they go, are they going to do just a tenure? After there is agreement, is this agreement not in trouble? Oh? If they have been a gentleman's agreement all through, and Buhari had finished his 8 years, why not Jaraban finish? Then we now know that we are going the other way, and our people will be a deputy. What is going on, Kelly? That they have mentioned also, Madam Datakukana. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm Mufasa on the line. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I'm only to your distinguished guest in the studio.
Mufasa.
Special barrister. You see, I have a problem with a lot of Nigerians because we claim we are practicing democracy. Why are we bringing the issue of let us allow this one to go and allow? It is a game of popularity. I don't have a problem with the statement of Atiku Abubakar. Nobody should be saying let us allow. If you feel you have what it takes, provided it's a level playing field at the levels of the primary. Okay, between Atiku Abubakar and the man who came and started saying, okay, Miloko is myself. What is the difference between the level of desperation? So for me, it doesn't matter whether north or south or east or west. Anybody who has the most popularity and influence, they get it good and fine. And Nigerians should be allowed to make the final decision.
All right.
That's my position. It's not a fantastic day.
Thank you so much, Mufasa, for calling and sharing. Two more calls. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. I'm Simeon Abali.
Welcome.
All right, Matt, thank you. You have just said it right. Atiku is not able to get up again. Again, we say he's not the contest. We all know that Atiku will surely come up again and say he's going to contest. So he's going to be some of the top of those who are able to handle it. The Titans are going to contest. And if Obi wins, good. But I doubt whether Obi will come up. Because Atiku will surely win. I thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Final call. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. And the guest. Good morning, sir. Maybe about that call. Atiku position that he wants to contest. I believe Atiku should not start playing. Let me look at if it's a set in Nigeria. For me, it has a question mark when it comes to the issue that we are passing through in this country, the alleged statement of Christian genocide. Atiku had a question to answer in that area. When Deborah was murdered by people of his colleagues in school, we remember what tweets Atiku tweeted and later deleted it. So indirectly, Atiku, he has not been making statements concerning Christian genocide. So possibly he's indirectly supporting the genocide of Christians. So
Today 95.1, you'll be our final caller. Welcome.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, Muriel. Please go on.
Well, Kelly, I think the ADC and I think they I already spoke them for not even telling us where they section their own presidential candidate to, whether to the north or to the south. So that is the reason why Atiku and others, they are so uncertain. You know, and Atiku is raising his shoulder. He wants to, because the ADC has decided not to. And for the examination board, Kelly, I think if all the examination boards come together to put all their efforts together, it will take only 2 Gen Z, to sit down and manipulate the system. So I think they need to do better. Thank you, Kelly.
All right, Muriel, thank you so much for calling and contributing. Let's read some messages. Facebook. Opinion poll on the ADC situation. Chinda Darlington put it this way: I just hope the opposition gets their act right. If they can't drop their ego and decide on a workable strategy to unseat this government, then it's good night, Nigeria. Hello, John. Good morning, Kelly. This is typical Atiku. He's not interested in giving up to anyone, but I think it won't mean well for the ADC if they are ready to wrestle power from APC in 2027. I think Atiku's political prowess is gone. Amen, Arasowan. Everybody wants to be president. The office is too juicy. Atiku should give Obi and others a chance. Age is not on his side. Comrade Elijah Udenwa, I'm joining all the way from Abia State. If they give Atiku tickets, they will fail. All right, that's your position. General Post, Dr. Mrs. Sima Libera from Owerri. Ojus Okalu know thyself. I wonder why so many Nigerians are attaining position of leadership and becoming insensitive to the rights and privileges of others, especially the right-thinking majority. These were people who were once very ordinary, not perhaps born with silver spoon in their mouths, without enviable backgrounds, perhaps humble and godly. As they grew and fortune smiled on them, they caught our fancy. We trusted them with leadership and gave them our mandate. Suddenly, our mandate turned into our undoing, our diminishing, and signing our death warrant. Okay. You're angry about something, obviously. Okowa Charles, not right. No right-thinking politician in Nigeria would invest so much in building a party structure and later relinquish it to another. Atiku controls ADC's machinery. If Peter or any other thinks he will win the party's ticket, is daydreaming. All right. Ifeanyi Fred, good morning. Atiku, no one is stepping down. Obi has shot himself on the foot. What I see Obi wanting to be is vice president to Atiku. Obi doesn't want to spend money running elections. How can you win? Okay. So it's not possible. God help him. All right. Those are those contributions from Facebook. I read some messages earlier from the WhatsApp channel, so I'll just read a few more. Good morning, panelists and the house. For me, Akpabio knew there was no way he would have won Natasha. That's the reason he smartly withdrew the case. Engineer Amadi Soki from Parallel. Thank you for that, Engineer Amadi. I see some messages drop now. Okay, so I've already read the ones I'll read within our threshold. The rest is history. Okay, this one. On the issue of Trump and Venezuela, his interest on the oil is power taking too far. Trump loves America, but he shouldn't do that at the expense of a foreign nation's livelihood. Pastor, pardon, believe from Iwofe. You sent that message. Thank you, sir. I think I read this one already. All right. I'm just looking out for the ones I may not have read. Okay, I think I've read this as well. So this voice note is a minute. It's a minute and 29 seconds. And you know that I only played the first 60 seconds of it. So let's go.
When Trump was saying that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is a drug baron, is shipping in drugs into the United States, I said that it's just an alibi. It's like giving a dog a bad name just to hang him. You're just giving a reason so that we topple the Venezuelan government. What I never expected them going into Venezuela to arrest Maduro and his wife. What I was expecting from what American will do, like there has been an antecedent based on precedent, causing crisis in Venezuela, using the Venezuelan people, supply their hands to topple Nicolas Maduro, just like what they did in Libya. That was I was really expecting. But this is a broad day neo-coloniality that was going. The main purpose of invading Venezuela is because of their oil, because of their natural resources.
All right, you made a point. All right, very clear. Let's read messages, more of them from the traditional SMS channel. Let's go with this one. International law is clear. Trump violated international law. The UN Charter was breached. Even in the US, Congress never authorized Trump to do what he did. They did what they did because they have military minds. The Geneva Convention was even violated by committing war crimes. The US has no right to dictate to any country. Flat threat from Port Harcourt. He sent that message. Thank you, sir. All right. Okay. That one. This one. Come back here now. All right. So the next one. Good morning. I welcome what Dr. Bidima has said. He's a fan of Peter Obi on the area of Trump. Trump does not like any leader who does not have his nation in his heart. Okay. Frank. Thank God I believe that I read a message from you already. Good morning, Kelly. He said the entire place is quiet because Emperor Wike did not make any statement yesterday. He must have been called to order. We're even tired hearing from him. Okay. Congrats from Ngboba. He made a statement yesterday. He was in Degema and Akukutoro. So he said something yesterday. The difference is I did not take it because he did not say anything new. Trump's action, in as much as it's targeted at curbing corruption that has worsened the well-being of the citizenry, Trump intervention has cost implication and has to be recovered one way or the other. Okay, Kano, you sent that message. Under the guise of drugs, America has literally annexed Venezuela, a new order in international politics. Who is next? From His Eminence, Manager Sir Festus Diwane. You sent that message. Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, Kelly. This one says Wike should be captured as well because it's a threat to peace in River State. Rashid Lawal from Ngoba. Captured by who? Trump? All right, Fidelis, the last time I checked, Venezuelan president is the 4th president to be captured by the U.S. So it's the star for them, ba? Okay. A few more. I think this one is inclusive. Wike should be very careful with his structures and interests. Wike should first read the interests of those who fought for the creation of River State. Young manager Opiro from Eche, you sent that message. Thank you. Why did Magnus Abbey accept Tinubu's board appointment? Why not wait for Wike's governorship appointment in 2027? All right, love. Thank you. What is currently going on in America via Trump and Venezuela is a disgrace to international politics and democracy globally. But then, what is the international community saying about this? Conclusively, just as we like demeaning Trump, we also have a Trump in Rivers and the country in general that we are yet to condone with. God's time from Delga. He sent that message. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Oju, thank you. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I think Abuja governor didn't hear what he needed to hear from the kings he visited. They diplomatically did it. As for Ojuzo Kalu and his boy, Benjamin Kalu, I want to ask, where will they campaign? Mr. Dennis, when it's time now, we'll know. The move by the PDP national chairman is a good one. I so wish them a united family to stand against a presuming one-party system, mend their fences with INEC to be inclusive in the off-cycle elections. Then for the sudden silence on stage by the FCT minister, it's strong. But then I must commend whoever must have tamed those vulgar words on stage. Honorable Malon, you sent that message. So I think this should be the last one. PDP new ESCO's visit to President Jonathan insisting that the party is still alive and fully ready for 2027 general election. That's very correct for me. I still remain a full member of the PDP, but promise to stand with Governor Fubara with whichever party that will ticket him for the 2027 general election. Austin George from Rumomoy, you sent that message. Yeah, that's the much we can take for your contributions, and that's the conversation today on the show. To our guest who's been here contributing and even in the heated session, Dr. Obidima, the journalist, the international affairs analyst, a lecturer in international diplomacy, River State University. Doctor, thank you.
Kelly, thank you very much. We urge the Minister of Education to review their policy furthermore by including the principals and teachers of schools, the activity during exams, parents. Want a holistic approach to this mess.
All right, sir.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chief Lovedo Okere, JP Square, political analyst, social commentator, voice of a chain nation, living in River State. Chief, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to let Nigerians know that international community influences our situation, and the three major international communities are US, UK, and France. And if you recall, you see that a lot of things were being dictated when Obasanjo was there as a president up to Jonathan by the United States. When President Buhari was there, UK had their own fair share of dictating what happens in Nigeria. As it is today, France is there, and that is why America is, punching and punching and punching every day. And I pray that Tinubu manages this kind of things very, very well.
All right. Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner and civil rights activist. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. Well, I just add that for ADC, they have to be very careful as a political party, opposition party. Article's statement is very instructive. Same he did, with the PDP. And they should be mindful and know that Atiku, his ambition brought down PDP the last time. I hope it will not bring down ADC this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. Nigerians should only know that politicians are very selfish, and it's only the person that will eventually pander to the selfishness of others that will win.
That's our show. Hola.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Any job, any broke down car, and the things you call
people. It's Wednesday, January 7, 2025, 11:34. I'm Queen Chima. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, on the foreign scene where the news were fresh-faced alt pop singer Sombar has taken third place on BBC Radio's One's Sound of 2026 list, which showcases the biggest new music artists for the next 12 months. Going viral on TikTok, selling out a headline tour, appearing on Jimmy Fallon with songs about your ex, then finding 15 missed calls from her, being enthusiastically endorsed by Taylor Swift, scoring hits in the US and UK. Every time Sombar gets a big break, a bigger one soon follows. In a few weeks' time, the Grammy Awards, where he's shortlisted for Best New Artist, could be his next and biggest breakthrough yet. It wouldn't be the 20-year-old first award, even at this stage of his career. In September, he won a Moon Man Trophy at the MTV Video Music Awards and gave a performance that was intended to introduce the public to his musical persona. Well, Bruno Mars says his new album is done with historic streaming numbers and unstoppable momentum. 2026 is shaping up to be his year. The wait is finally over for the most patient fans in pop music. Bruno Mars is officially back. On 5th of January 2026, the superstar took to social media to share 4 words that changed everything. He confirmed his new album is finished. My album is done, Bruno shared with his 36.6 million followers on X. It has been nearly a decade since his last solo effort. In that time, it's fair to say the world has changed, but the demand for Bruno Mars has only grown stronger. He's a rare breed entertainer. He does not chase trends because he sets them. He's an exceptional singer, a glorious songwriter, a massive producer, and one of the greatest live performers of his generation. Every note he belts carries the weight of music history. Well, he blends the soul of Motown with the grit of 1980s funk and makes it look effortless every single time. Bruno Mars' artistry is built on a foundation of pure perfectionism. The 16-time Grammy winner does not rush his process. He treats every song like a piece of fine jewelry. This dedication is why his albums are highly acclaimed. His debut, Do Whoops and Hooligans, is a classic reimagination of pop music. He gave the world Just the Way You Are and Grenade. His second album, Unorthodox Jukebox, proved he could master any genre. It shifted from reggae to rock down to pop and ballads with total ease. Then came the era-defining 24K Magic in 2016 that won the Album of the Year, while the lead single snagged the Record of the Year prize. It proved that he could dominate the modern charts using vintage sounds. The success of his catalog is truly staggering. He's an artist whose timeless craft has found a global audience that restlessly engages with his releases. He currently holds 6 Diamond certified singles, a feat only a few musicians have achieved. While he excels alone, he's also skilled in scoring successful collaborations when he linked up with the Anderson Paak to create the Silk Sonic for a satisfying modern exploration of jazz, funk and blues. The outcome delivered 4 Grammys. This consistent quality has built a level of trust with his audience. They know that if Bruno Mars puts his name on it, it will be excellent. Well, his upcoming album is coming off the back of a phenomenal 2025 where his collaboration Die With a Smile with pop music icon Lady Gaga and Apt with K-pop star Rosé dominated the year. Both records are among the most streamed songs of 2025, with the former becoming the fastest song to reach 1 billion streams in Spotify history. The mystery surrounding his 4th solo album is part of the excitement. We know that the recording process is complete. This marks his first solo body of work in a decade. Mars' last solo album, released in November 2016, was a commercial and critical juggernaut. His next album, which will come at the height of the music streaming era, is poised to make an immediate impact. There's also his willingness and creative boldness to explore different sounds and blend genres to deliver daring materials. Expectation will be very high for his upcoming album, which has taken him years to make. But with his hefty talent, massive fan base and huge anticipation, the stage is perfectly set for him to claim 2026 as the Bruno Mars year. Well, the West African cinema industry recorded a strong performance in 2025, generating a total box office gross of 15.6 billion naira from the theatrical releases across the region. The figure compiled by Film One Entertainment shows a total of 2.79 million people who went to see movies in cinemas in 2025, with 248 new films shown across 122 cinemas in West Africa. According to the scorecard posted on the film's official Instagram page on Tuesday, 16 movies crossed the 200 million naira mark, while 14 Nollywood films earned above 100 million naira. The average movie ticket price for the year stood at 5,596 naira. In the subcontinent, behind the scenes emerges the highest grossing Nollywood title, while Film One Entertainment ranked as the highest grossing distributor of the year. While other category leaders include Zootopia 2 as the highest grossing animation, Sinners as the highest grossing Hollywood title, and Demon Slayer, the movie Infinity Castle, as the top grossing anime. The data further showed that Nollywood accounted for 49.4% of the total market share, closely followed by Hollywood with 48.8% share, while films from China and Liberia contributed 1.2%. In terms of volume, 81 Nollywood films, 92 Hollywood releases, and 52 Indian titles were screened during the year, highlighting the diversity of content available to audiences. The figures underscores a growing cinema culture and increasing appetite for both local and international stories. Well, an ex-influencer identified as Dami Foring has issued a public apology to Afrobeat star Tiwa Savage following backlash over posts referencing her son Jamal Balogun. The apology came hours after the singer publicly warned the influencer on Tuesday to desist from involving her child in online commentary, describing the action as crossing the line. In a post addressed to the singer on X, Dami Foring wrote, "Dear Tiwa Savage, I'm sorry if you got offended by some of the tweets I made about you. You must be very angry and hurt for you to have called me out. I want you to know that I don't mean bad or death for you or your son. There are lots of positive tweets I've made about you that you have probably never seen, and I promise it's all love from the side. I sincerely apologize." The apology followed a warning from Savage after the influencer made a post on Tuesday referencing her son, writing, "Why is Tiwa Savage's son frowning?" Reacting, the award-winning singer cautioned him against further references to her child, stating, "I dare you to post anything about my child again, and this will move beyond Twitter." Well, online reports showed that the post about Savage's son followed a pattern of repeated remarks by the influencer about the singer over an extended period. Well, on January 3rd, 2026, Dami Foring had posted, "Make we forget hype, Tiwa Savage on the old." Earlier on September 23rd, 2025, he wrote, "It's sad how Tiwa Savage fell off after Wizkid cut her off." In another post dated May 19, 2025, the influencer said, "Tiwa Savage no say she done old." Responding further, Savage accused the influencer of sustained attacks and alleged that he had previously made harmful remarks about her. In a separate post, the singer appeared to dismiss the influencer's continued focus on her, stating, "The obsession with me is loud, but your relevance is missing." The exchange generated widespread reactions on X, reigniting conversations around cyberbullying, online harassment, and the limits of what is often described as Nigeria's social media banter culture, particularly when minors are involved. Well, lastly, on the news, where Afrobeat singer Skills has responded to criticism over his testimony at Harvesters Church, acknowledging that his initial reaction may have been rushed, but asserting his clarified stance. In his testimony, Scales credited Barcelona star Lamine Yamal with reviving his career after his 2015 hit Shake Body gained renewed attention. He expressed gratitude for Yamal's role in reigniting his music journey. Responding to critics on X, Scales wrote, "I may have responded too quickly to the concerns raised about my crossover testimony at Harvester Church. After sitting with it, I felt it was important to respond again, this time with more clarity and less emotion for the sake of the body of Christ." He emphasized that every believer has a purpose, whether within the pulpit or beyond, and that one's calling outside the church is equally meaningful. Defending his testimony, Scales highlighted that professionals, including musicians, filmmakers, athletes, and teachers, serve God through their work. Citing 1 Corinthians 12:28, he stressed that sharing God's impact in one's life is entirely appropriate. Reaffirming his commitment, Scales declared his readiness to publicly share his faith, stating that as a child of God, he has no reservations about testifying to his work in his life. We exist to make life lighter for others. We all function here serving God through what we have been called to do. That said, I would never believe that testifying about what my God has done for me is wrong. I am a child of God and I have no problem sharing that with the world, he wrote. Well, it's still entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, Nigerian music has evolved from diverse traditional functional genres into today's globally dominated Afrobeat sound. Driven by fusion and digital technology, modern songs are generally perceived as louder due to production techniques driven by the loudness war and streaming metrics. When you take a look at the kind of songs we have now and compare it to what we call music then, back in the day, what do you have to say about it? How well do you think we have evolved? So when you talk about evolving, progress in a great sense, or you think, well, we just have beats and sounds and no good lyrics, or how some people have posited that, well, music is not as it used to be. The meaning and the essence of music in terms of the lyrics is leaving the scene. For some people, it's not general to artists. I mean, you still have some artists who maintain quality sound, great lyrics, and beautiful presentations. But for others, it's just loudness and noise. Some people say, what are your thoughts? Music then and music now. What do you think? Which do you prefer? Or you think it's just the right evolving at the right time? What are your thoughts? 0701 9339 962. Send a text or WhatsApp message to that number telling me what it is. I mean, you could be someone who still basks in the euphoria of enjoying the oldies because, man, that's where the real source is. Or you're someone who, well, mature or advanced, as we may call it still. You prefer what's happening now. You think it's the sound of the age and the moment, and so let's enjoy it. You could also be young, yet you think that some songs that you met growing up are better than what we have now. So tell me your thoughts. I'd like to know. And it would help me know what your choice of music is too. And also why you think it is best for you. Music then and music now. Tell me as you send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Send a text or WhatsApp message to that number again. Drop a comment on Facebook. It's at Today95.1 FM. Today95.1 FM. Then on X, it's at Today FM 951. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, despite NFF's reaction saying that there's no form of ruckus in the team, the Super Eagles camp, well, where everyone is not good, and in fact, Osimhen is not leaving the Eagles camp, a lot of people are still reacting to that interface between Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen. Well, there were speculations that he threatened to quit AFCON and return to Turkey, and some people were saying, oh, good, great, he should. A number of people had reacted to it. There's this video where Tacha was giving excuses. Some people call it excuses, or saying, no, it's normal for footballers to behave like this. Take a listen to her.
I'm just going to say, if you're a fan of Victor Osimhen, then you'd understand that he does this almost at every match. Do you understand? Like every match, that is just the passion for me. That's why I see, because sometimes I feel like I could relate to that. You know, he gets so passionate. So at the end of the day, like if there's just something he needs to say at that time, he will say it. He does that at Napoli. It's not something peculiar, something very, very surprising, and it's not also something from what I see. It's not something coming from a place of, oh, he's looking down at his teammates. Like, ends the motherfucking no. But I would also say that if you're being very honest with yourself. I'm being very honest with yourself.
You to live with your parents up until well after you could afford to move out on your own and have your own house.
This is true.
Why?
I mean, because I love my parents. You know, I love them. You know, and made for a lot of funny moments, a lot of great stories.
Like?
Y'all ain't got enough time. We ain't got enough time. I'm a night owl, you know, like those things. You know, they go to sleep early. Insert moment here.
Well, I skipped Tacha's video because of the words she used at the end of the video. But then a lot of celebrities had wading to the conversation, saying, people taking sides. You know, when it comes to opinion, everybody has theirs. People think, oh, this is normal. What happens in the pitch? Some people think, oh, Victor Osimhen is just so proud, and that was an unnecessary outburst. All of that. The NFF has said there's no trouble in the Super Eagles camp, and the speculation about the threat of he's going back to Turkey, that's not true. Well, we're going to see if the striker appears in the next match. When is their next match? What are they playing with next? We're going to see if he appears, exactly, if he plays, right? Maybe that's where we can begin to draw conclusions. Well, Michael Jordan says he still lives with his parents. Whoa, a lot of people still talking about this. That's interesting. He says, well, I'm a night owl. I just like that I get to spend time with family and the memories that we create together. And yeah, that's why I'm still with my parents, or staying at my parents. Now, singer T-Pain surprises his family with a new private jet. Listen to their reaction.
You like it? I love it. Oh my God. I just bought it. You what? You just bought the plane? I just bought the plane. That's our plane. Oh my God. Hey.
Now you can see the excitement. I mean, it's so palpable. Who wouldn't be excited to own a plane? I mean, family plane, right? It's ours now. Now, there are reports that he made the purchase. Now, reports. This is gist. Reports that he made the purchase following a lucrative catalog sale, which provided him with significant financial gains. Well, in a previous interview, T-Pain mentioned that the amount he received from selling his music catalog was enough that it would have taken 100 years to make that money through regular earnings. Ooh. All right, that's something to really think about, I suppose. But I mean, the excitement in the video is just absolutely good. Now, remember this actress who has been, Doris Ogala, who has been talking about her intimate experiences with the Pastor Chris. And now she comes out on a new video saying that she would expose a list of her colleagues. And by colleagues, I guess she means those in the industry, Nollywood industry, who have had sexual or intimate moments with the clergyman. And people are saying, oh, this is getting interesting. Some other people think it's unnecessary. Or, okay, a lot of exposure has been done, or the police has invited the clergyman. However, there were reports as of yesterday that he has not appeared before the police. I don't know about now, the last time I checked. But this seems to be news gist for people. Okay, bring out the Nollywood stars, Nollywood actors or actresses, rather, that you think have been involved with the pastor. Some people are saying would truly like to know them. Now, let's get back to your messages. Let's go to your messages, rather. Music then and music now. What are your thoughts? Someone here says, it's wisdom. Nowadays, songs are just beats, no good lyrics, apart from Johnny Drill, really, that his song can educate with good lyrics. Okay, this person says, Mr. Thank God, music of then is better than today's music. Okay, it is better, according to you. All right, thank you for sending that text message. Now, you know you can drop a comment on Facebook. It's Today95.1 FM. Let me get your reaction. What do you think? Music then, music now. What is your take? You may think that a lot has changed, and that means that the sound, some people think the sound is getting just too much. It's loud. We don't have great lyrics. For some other people, well, it's evolved with the time, and we must learn to adapt and also move with the time. But let's just take a look at this shortly, where music in Nigeria traditionally served functional purposes like ceremony, storytelling, and cultural expression with distinct styles across ethnic groups. The mid-20th century saw the rise of popular indigenous genres that blended local rhythms with Western influences, from juju, pioneered by Babatunde King, and later modernized by artists like King Sunny Ade and Chief Ebenezer Obey. It incorporated electric guitars, synthesizers, and complex talking drum patterns. To high life, originating in Ghana, but it flourished in Nigeria with artists like Bobby Benson, Cardinal Rex Lawson, and Chief Stephen Osita Osadebe using brass instruments and local rhythms. To Afro beats, created by the legendary Fela Kuti in 1970s. Well, this genre was a powerful fusion of jazz, funk, high life, and traditional African percussion, often used for political commentary. Now we have Fuji and Apala, evolved from Islamic music traditions. These genres relied heavily on percussion and were popular among Yoruba Muslim communities. Now, the global Afrobeats era is now the 21st century, marked a significant shift towards a more unified, pop-oriented sound, largely due to local content policy, media, and the advent of digital technology. We now have a dominant genre, which is the Afrobeats, with the S to differentiate from Fela's Afrobeat, a broad intellect fusion of various Afro-based genres, hip-hop and R&B. Production and technology has influenced the music productions. Global recognition also has evolved. But are we getting louder? Well, modern Nigerian music is generally louder in terms of audio production and cultural presence. Now, the modern music production is heavily influenced by the global loudness war, where tracks are mastered to be as loud as possible to grab attention on radio and streaming platform. And it's also the cultural presence, where the music is louder in the cultural sense too, with a more visible and assertive global presence. But if you think it's lyrics for you, I mean, I don't want to dance. I want to hear what you're saying and let it soothe me, then you must probably relate better with music then. But if it's for the bedu, the dance, and still lyrics sometimes, then it will be music now. Thank you so much for sending your text messages and your contribution. That's entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. The World News at 12 with Snoputu coming up shortly. I am Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. In the headlines, the National Assembly proposes conclusion of election petitions before inauguration. Former President Jonathan meets with Turaki-led PDP to discuss party crisis. On the foreign scene, China bans export of dual-use items to Japan amid tensions over Taiwan. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. The Joint National Assembly Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution has proposed an amendment that will ensure that all election petitions are concluded before winners of such polls are sworn in. The National Assembly's Joint Committee also recommended a 60-day period for the disposal of election petitions and another 60 days for disposal of appeals arising from the judgment of the lower tribunal in all post-election matters. By the recommendations, the Supreme Court is expected to assume original jurisdiction in all petitions arising from the conduct of the presidential elections, while appeals from the governorship elections are to end at the Court of Appeal. These recommendations are contained in the 44 bills harmonized and agreed upon by the Joint Committee and constitute the first batch of prioritized constitutional alteration bills presented at plenary of the Senate and the House of Representatives for debates. The lawmakers proposed an amendment to Section 232 of the Constitution to provide that the Supreme Court shall, to the exclusion of any other court of law in Nigeria, have original jurisdiction to hear and determine any question as to whether any person has been validly elected to the office of President or Vice President under this Constitution. Meanwhile, the Budget Office of the Federation has reaffirmed that the repeal and reenactment of the 2024 and 2025 Appropriation Acts remains a valid constitutional and legislative instrument for budgetary oversight and fiscal alignment. Reacting to some recent criticisms of the budgeting process, the BOF, in a statement by the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Tanim Yakubu, stated that where macroeconomic conditions and implementation realities require adjustments, lawful legislative action, not informal fiscal practice, is the appropriate response under Nigeria's constitutional democracy. In the detailed press statement, the office said claims describing the repeal and reenactment of the two appropriation acts as unconstitutional, illegal, or fiscally improper are based on misunderstandings of constitutional provisions and established legislative practice. It added that once a repeal and reenactment bill is passed by the National Assembly and assented to by the President, the resulting Act becomes valid law, stressing that it is incorrect to describe the process as a constitutional impossibility. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has expressed support for the recently enacted tax reform law, describing it as a fiscal policy aimed at strengthening Nigeria's economy and protecting low-income earners. The endorsement followed deliberations at the meeting expanded National Executive Council NISI meeting, which brought together student leaders, policy experts and stakeholders from across the country to discuss the objectives and safeguards of the law. After engagement with the National Assembly, DSS and FIRS, student leaders reported being satisfied with explanations on the law's framework, prompting the cancellation of a nationwide protest previously scheduled for January 14, 2026. NANS resolved that the reform promotes fairness in taxation, strengthens social protection, and requires higher income earners to contribute equitably. The association also pledged to educate the public on the law's benefits, while commending former FRS Chairman Zach Adedeji and President Bola Tinubu for fiscal reforms and initiatives such as NEL Fund, reaffirming support for the government's economic transformation agenda. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has met with former President Goodluck Jonathan at his Maitama office in Abuja. Addressing journalists after the closed-door meeting, the national chairman of the PDP, Tanimu Turaki, said the visit aimed to brief Jonathan on the party's state, ongoing legal battles and prospects ahead of upcoming elections. He said that Jonathan assured the party of his support, adding that he still remains active as a card-carrying member of the PDP. He added that Jonathan's remarks were very reassuring and encouraging as they prepare for off-season elections in Ekiti and Osun and the 2027 general elections. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. A group in Ogoni ethnic nationality known as the Conscience of Ogoni People has condemned what it described as disparaging and pejorative remarks made by the Vice Chairman of the South-South Zone of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Victor Tombari Gadong, against Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The group criticized the statement as another instance of associates of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike showing disrespect to the office of the governor, as it emphasized that such behavior undermines the dignity of a constitutional office central to the leadership, unity and pride of Rivers people. In the statement, COOP warned that political disagreements should not lead to uncivil conduct from public figures and highlighted the expectation of decorum from those who have held or aspire to hold positions of trust. The group concluded by issuing an unreserved apology on behalf of Gadong to Governor Fubara and the people of Rivers State for the embarrassment caused by the remarks. The paramount ruler of Eledo Nkpo Rukboku in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State, Theophilus Wokbo, has called on the Community Development Committee, youth organizations and other stakeholders to work in synergy for the overall development of the community. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Magnus Wawa, the traditional ruler noted that Eledongpo occupies a strategic position in Rukboku and hosts numerous visitors and business activities, making cooperation among stakeholders crucial to sustained growth. Eze Wokbo, who also chairs the APARA and Rukboku Council of Chiefs and Elders, advised youth to avoid all forms of criminality and instead take advantage of skill acquisition and training programs to secure a brighter future for themselves and the community.
We need more progress peace in its totality. Unity. The chiefs will be up and doing, measure that there is peace. The LUs, the CDCs, all will work in synergy. I don't want problem anywhere. We report any lawbreaker to the law enforcement agent. If we cannot handle it, we report to the police. I also encourage my youth, both male and female, to make sure that they go into skill acquisition. Those in the university, primary, secondary, they should study. Elido is the light of Ropopo. The youth of Elido should wake up. Politically, otherwise, competent. We are there. So I urge my youth to move forward, to have something. Nobody should be just at home. Idleness is a workshop to the devil.
Meanwhile, the leadership and members of the Yeneka Youth Congress have criticized the factional chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Bobo Chimenem Wolu, over his directive that Senator John Azutambata, president of Ohanwezi Ndibo, apologized to the FCT minister Yusumwike for remarks against the minister. During an emergency forum, the President General and Yeneka Youth Congress, Chukwu Larry Chigonum, dismissed Chimenem Wolu as unrecognized by the clan and lacking authority, describing his comments as politically motivated attempts to undermine the unity, peace and progress of the Yeneka clan and the contributions of Senator Mbata. Chigonum urged the public to disregard Chimenem Wolu's statement and issued a 48-hour ultimatum for him to tender an unreserved apology to Senator Mbata for the affront, stressing the senator's continued role in advancing the development of the clan.
Yeneka Youth Congress is holistically aware that the speech of Mr. Bobo Chimene Wolo is politically motivated, and it's unfortunate that because of his personal interest and gain, he is attempting to undermine the unity, peace, and progress of Yeneka clan, as well as dishonoring our dear father and leader, Senator John Azutambata, President General of Ohanwezi Ndibo worldwide. It is on this premise that we hereby call on Bobo Chimene Wolo to, within the next 48 hours, publicly withdraw and tender an unreserved apology to Yeneka clan and the most distinguished Senator John Azutambata. All that Bobo Chimene Wolo said are false, misleading, and politically motivated. Justly resolved not to join issues with Bobo Chimene Wolo.
And now to the foreign scene, China has unveiled new export controls on Japan amid elevated tensions over Taiwan. China's Ministry of Commerce said it had banned so-called dual-use items with military applications in light of what it described as Japan's erroneous and egregious statements about the self-governing island. In a statement, the Commerce Ministry said the ban was intended to safeguard national security and would apply to all items that could enhance Japan's military capabilities. The notice does not specify which goods would be banned. Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said in a statement that it had issued a protest with China and demanded the withdrawal of the measures. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Joint National Assembly Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution has proposed an amendment that will ensure that all election petitions are concluded before winners of such polls are sworn in. We told you that former President Goodluck Jonathan has met with the Turaki-led PDP to discuss party crisis. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that China has unveiled new export controls on Japan amid elevated tensions over Taiwan. And that's the news, as edited by Sandra Kenneth. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on X and on Instagram at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Oputu. Good afternoon and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big masquerade. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. So. Heritage International, go use the technology, seeking a self sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. So. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Our topic of discussion is infertility, and I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Infertility is seen in couples whenever a man and a woman is able to stay together for at least 1 year, which is equal to 12 months, without being able to get pregnancy so that they can get fruit of the womb. It is of two types. We have primary infertility, and the second one is called secondary infertility. Primary infertility is seen when a man and a woman have stayed together for at least a year and they are unable to conceive. But in secondary infertility, a man and a woman have been able to have issues or to have even only one, but they intend to get more, which is not forthcoming. That is secondary infertility. So whenever there is infertility, it is very important for the two to join hands together and go for investigations. What makes a man the father of any child is the quality of the semen coming from the man. That a man is able to perform doesn't make him the father of any child. What is coming from a man is gotten from the testicles. In some men, the number of sperm cells can drop, a situation that we call oligospermia. In some, the cells may not even be there at all, a situation that is called azoospermia. Some men do experience a situation where what is coming from them is nothing but only water. All the qualities are not there. There are many factors that can make a man to come under these conditions, part of which is drug abuse. There are some medications that some men do take that are spermicidal. That is, they are killers of the cells that makes a man the father of any child. Not only this, it is possible when a man is exposed to very high temperature, particularly the private part, for the cells to die or get weakened. And that is why the nature in his species did not put the testicles inside our abdomen, because the process of spermatogenesis does not require very high temperature. That is why they are kept in the sac under there, so that the temperature can be a mild one. Not only this, infections that men have suffered from, whether in the past or in the recent, can also destroy all the cells. Even some before their puberty, if they suffer from mumps infection, a viral infection, it can destroy all the tissues that are supposed to produce the cells. Some do suffer from sexually transmitted infections that have been able to get deep into the testicles and destroy all the cells. At times, hormonal imbalance can also affect the quality of semen a man produces. All this can make the man to be the cause of infertility in his family. In women, it is possible for challenges to also result from infection. Infections that are poorly treated in women can make a woman to suffer from serious lower abdominal pains, which can spread upward and tend to block the fallopian tube. In some women, drug abuse can be the challenge. Some women, without even having any issue, they take to lifestyle of taking contraceptives, pills, or injections that they use to prevent pregnancy without having any issue. And this can cause hormonal imbalance and disrupt all their fertility profile to the extent that when the time comes that they have the desire for this, they may not be able to get it. Not only this, some have done repeated abortions that perforate the uterus, or the uterus has been destroyed, or the layers are not complete again. Under that condition, when a woman conceives, in less than 8 weeks, it will drop. Some have fibroid, a mass growing inside the lumen of the uterus that is not giving enough space for pregnancy to grow to maturity. And that's why we say, under this condition, we have to first agree on how to get out of the challenge. And how do one get out of challenge? It is by visiting a competent healthcare giver who will be able to do investigations and know what the root cause of the problem is. It may be from man, it may be from the woman of the house, and at times it can be from both of them. But once the root cause of the challenge is determined, the way out will not be far-fetched. Anytime there is infertility in families, we do advise that mutual understanding is very important. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Quantly man, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
50 now for more information.
Nostalgia, that sentimental feeling of the past. I get it from looking through old photos or getting out my old iPod or CD player. But here's something interesting. Gen Z seems to be especially nostalgic for things that they never experienced. There's been an explosion of interest in Y2K fashion, that look from the early noughties, a love for old tech like digital cameras and flip phones, and the constant romanticization of old TV shows. Some people are even saying that they feel they were born in the wrong generation. They wish they had school memories from the 90s and noughties. They're nostalgic for a time that they weren't even around for. So how can you experience nostalgia for something you didn't know? And is it all part of a bigger marketing plan? That's what we're going to get into today on this episode of What in the World from the BBC World Service. I'm Hannah Gelbart. So let's get into the science now, and to help explain nostalgia and the brain, I'm speaking to Ryan Lizardi, who's a professor of media studies at State University of New York. You've studied nostalgia, you've written books about it. Hi, Ryan.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, how are you?
Pretty good.
You know, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic, so let's get into that. We know people love the things that make them feel nostalgic. It's that bittersweet feeling. It's quite a complex emotion, actually. Is there a scientific explanation for why we're drawn to nostalgia?
Yes, absolutely. So nostalgia tends to, at least the research says that nostalgia tends to work on us in 4 different ways. One being self-reflection. So we take, and this is actually, I think, one of the most important and sort of positive elements of nostalgia, is we can take something that happened in the past and we can potentially learn from it. It doesn't mean that we will always learn from it, or that we will always look at it in a way that is sort of adaptive and healthy. But we reflect on the past. And then the second being autobiographic memory, meaning a continuity of self. We're putting together, as humans, we tend to want to organize our lives and we make categories and lists, and this helps us put together the pieces of our past in sort of an autobiographic way. And then obviously the last two being very connected, emotional regulation. So I'm not feeling so good right now, or the world is crazy right now, so let me help regulate those emotions by feeling nostalgic. And then obviously that's connected directly to the reward center, the dopamine releases and that part of it.
Dopamine, that's that hormone that makes you feel good.
Yeah, so the memories that we tend to look back on nostalgically, our brain flags them and says, okay, well, that made you happy last time. Let's just bring that back up again when you're maybe not feeling quite as happy. Obviously, the way we remember the past changes. We don't always remember it accurately. And so, the brain will take those nostalgic memories and say, well, let's just sand off the rough edges a little bit and give you the version of the past that will help you feel better right now.
So a little bit of rose tinting. There is definitely that shiny gloss, that positive feeling, but some people also get sad over nostalgia too. It can tap into that feeling of missing someone or something, of things being better in the past than they are now. Where does that sadness come from?
Yeah, I think a lot of the sadness for me, and I will also mention that I am so susceptible to nostalgia. It's most of my research is about media companies saying, hey, you should look at this. And I am the first person to say, okay, sure, no problem, I will. And but I think that sadness comes from the understanding that we will not be able to recapture it, that there is no way to bring back the past. That's where the sadness of nostalgia starts creeping in.
Talk me through what you found in your research of how media companies are using nostalgia now, and the resurgency we're seeing, 90s, noughties culture. Why are media companies using this, and how are they using it?
Yeah, the cynical answer is that because that's the properties that they own, so they would want to, say to themselves, well, I don't want to just let that dusty catalog just sit there and not make more money. And so I'll capitalize on that. And it doesn't really matter whether you remembered it or you're fond of this particular movie. We're going to remake it because we own it. That's the cynical version. The more, generous version is that they are, working toward trying to create eternal classics, because then generations will keep turning, multiple generations will turn to that property and keep investing their time and money in it. I think that the hoping to create new audiences of new generations is very much at the forefront of the impetus for the media companies, bringing out their back catalogs.
That makes sense from a financial perspective. And by properties, I'm understanding TV shows, movies, all of these kind of things. But it's not just the things that they own, is it? Because it's also how things like flip phones and digital cameras and Y2K fashion, which aren't necessarily the properties, to use that word, of these media companies, but they also tap into this past that we may yearn for, that we may remember a little bit more fondly before that perception that there is so much doom and gloom in the world right now.
Yeah, I think that perception is key, right? Listen, I'm not saying that things are going well. The connection between wanting to go back to a time when things were maybe even just simpler, even if it's just that everything is so complicated, and we see everything in an instant these days, that turning towards something that is maybe a little more low tech or a little bit more simple may be a very important way to sort of regulate or just give ourselves a break from the modern craziness.
So Ryan, you know how we've been saying that Gen Z are feeling nostalgia for things from before they were born? Well, we have been hearing from someone who can relate to this. This is Marie Tusiama, who founded the Instagram page Archive Ivoire, and it shares the Ivory Coast aesthetics and pop culture from the 90s and early 2000s, and it's hugely popular.
I think that I share nostalgic fashion because I wanted Côte d'Ivoire to be also at the center of this Y2K revival discourses, because as I was searching, I kept thinking that, okay, we are talking about European Y2K revival, American Y2K revival, but we are not mostly talking about Francophone Africa. And I wanted to show the diversity of the way we dress in Côte d'Ivoire. And I'm also very happy that young people are into this.
So Ryan, how does this kind of nostalgia that Marie described work for things that people haven't experienced themselves?
When you have less sort of shared cultural touch points across a generation, you're going to have that generation try to reach backwards to a time in which there was that sort of more universal experience. And I think that might be their way to socially connect with one another. So they may all have different, TikTok streaming feeds, but they all can look back at something from the 80s or the 90s that their parents are telling them. So it's sort of hitting them from all sides. Their parents are telling them, hey, this is really cool and I really liked it. You should watch it. The media companies are saying, hey, this is really cool. You should keep liking it just like your parents did. And then they're also, maybe their friends, they may be able to sort of turn to them and say, well, this is at least something we can share. Even though we didn't experience it, in real time, we can share this media experience together. I would be really interested to see what nostalgia will look like 20 years from now, 30 years from now. What will it look like when the younger generation today, the youngest generation, grows up and is starting to look back on right now? Like, what is the nostalgia of this era?
The nostalgia. What will the shiny, glossy best bits of 2025 look like? One for our listeners, maybe. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's it from me today. Thank you for listening to What in the World from the BBC World Service. I'm Hannah Gelbart, and I'll see you next time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Here's the breakdown from BBC Pidgin. U.S. don't capture Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro after one large-scale strike on the South American country. Maduro and his wife, First Lady Celia Flores, they Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center after them fly them go one air base for New York. Since then, them don't charge them with drug and weapons offenses. So wetin happen and how we take reach here? Maduro and Trump don't they get issue since over the arrival of hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants and the movement of drugs into U.S. Trump say him be ogbonge narcotic trafficker, but Maduro denied this allegation. Him say Trump they hide their oil. So things escalate from there. Trump put money for Maduro head, also carry out strikes on top international water on boats where he say them they use traffic drugs until this last attack on Venezuela capital Caracas. Reports say now the U.S. Army Delta Force capture Maduro and the extraction team use more than 150 aircrafts to enter Caracas. So wetin go happen next? Trump for now say U.S. go run Venezuela and American oil companies go fix the country oil infrastructures after U.S. capture President Nicolas Maduro, where don't rule Venezuela since 2013 after the death of his mentor and former president Hugo Chavez.
That's not the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
2026 has had a bit of a dramatic start. President Trump put Operation Absolute Resolve into action, launching strikes on Venezuela's capital, Caracas, as well as several other cities in the South American country.
The United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro.
By the way, that's an actual clip the US government posted on social media. Venezuela's leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores were seized by US forces during the operation and put on a plane to New York. Now, this isn't totally random. The US has been deploying warships and military aircraft off the coast of Venezuela for months now. Since September, more than 100 people have died in strikes on boats that the US says were shipping drugs. It's a lot to get into here. We've talked about US and Venezuelan tensions before on the podcast, but this moment in particular has left a lot of the world shocked and wondering what's to come. So we're going to do a breakdown of what's behind it all. I'm Ikra. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service. Both Maduro and Celia Flores have been charged with a bunch of drugs and weapons offences and are due to appear in court in New York later on Monday, not long after we recorded this episode.
So why has the US attacked Venezuela and arrested Maduro?
President Trump has argued that the arrest was necessary for US national security. He says he's fighting the influx of drugs into the US and has said that Maduro leads a drug trafficking gang. Maduro has denied all of this and has accused the US of using its war on drugs as an excuse to try and get rid of him. Here's the BBC's Sumi Samaskanda from Washington to tell us a bit more about these allegations.
President Trump has a number of times cited tens of thousands of deaths on U.S. soil that he says are linked to drug overdoses, to drugs coming from Venezuela. We have to say that a lot of those numbers that the president often uses, tens of thousands of Americans killed, have been called into question. We should also say that we are talking primarily about cocaine drug trafficking that the president is referring to in regards to Venezuela, and that the majority of overdoses here in the U.S. are caused by a different drug, fentanyl, that isn't coming from Venezuela.
Is what President Trump did legal?
As it stands, it's questionable. This is the BBC's Peter Bowes to explain this a bit more.
Many believe that what happened was a blatant violation of the UN Charter. Under international law, the use of military force inside the territory of another sovereign state is prohibited unless it is in self-defence or has been authorised by the Security Council. Now, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has described the operation as setting a dangerous precedent, but it's also, I think, significant that some of the US's allies are holding back from explicitly criticising the American operation. The Trump administration says it was aimed at arresting an indicted criminal, Nicolas Maduro, and not overthrowing a state. In other words, Washington sees this as an extension of domestic law enforcement.
The UN Security Council are due to meet for an emergency session on Monday to discuss the attack.
What's oil got to do with it?
During a press conference, President Trump mentioned that oil played a role in his plans for running Venezuela.
We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly, and we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be.
Venezuela has the largest reserves in the world, thought to be around $17 trillion. So how does this factor into the Trump administration deciding to arrest Maduro? Let's hear from Will Grant, the BBC's Central America correspondent.
It is vital, constant, to factor in the element of oil when it comes to discussing Venezuela, when it comes to understanding the political considerations that are taken not just in Washington, but also in Caracas, that it is sitting on the largest proven oil reserves in the world. Donald Trump sees that as an opportunity for US oil companies to be involved. Of course, the Venezuelan government say that is exactly the pretext by which Mr. Maduro is removed from office.
Are Venezuelans happy Maduro's gone?
There's such a mix of reaction, to be honest. Hope, fear, uncertainty. Here's Emily from the What in the World team to break it down for us.
Over the past decade, millions of Venezuelans have left the country because of the ongoing economic and political crisis there. Life in Venezuela has become very expensive because prices keep going up, and the currency, which is called the bolivar, is worth less and less. The economy has been really bad for years, partly because of economic mismanagement, but also because of restrictions some countries have put on the sales of Venezuelan oil. So even though it has huge oil reserves, it can't make much money from it. Maduro's led the country since 2013. He's been elected twice, although the US and several other countries see him as an illegitimate leader, saying the results were rigged. Many people blame him for how difficult their lives are and are desperate for change.
We want free elections, we want to work, we want to make money, we want to live in peace and freely. I am a lawyer, I work a lot, and even though I work a lot, I don't have a stable financial situation. The inflation and the devaluation of the bolivar makes it impossible or nearly impossible to access to basic needs such as food or medicine or even clothing.
Maduro, of course, has supporters. This man is saying that they're out protesting to tell the world to speak up about what he calls the kidnapping of his president. We want him back. Long live the homeland, and long live Maduro.
Who's running Venezuela now?
Well, Trump says the US is going to run the country until they can do what he's called
a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, is due to officially be sworn in, but she's been very clear that she still considers Maduro as the rightful leader of the country. President Trump said his administration had been talking to Rodriguez and that she was willing to do, quote, whatever the US asks. And then there's Maria Corina Machado, one of the most vocal opposition leaders in the country. You might remember she won the Nobel Peace Prize recently. She also wants to run the country, but President Trump says she doesn't have enough support in Venezuela to lead. So how does the US plan to run Venezuela, and what would that look like? Here's Ione Wells, the BBC's South America correspondent.
Is it the case that, for example, the US government feels that it can quote-unquote run Venezuela, not through the traditional sense of having boots on the ground there, but kind of psychologically, because people like Delcy Rodriguez, President Maduro, who are still running the country, they have seen this image dangled in front of them of Maduro being dragged off to custody in the US, blindfolded, and I think many of them will be really acutely aware that if they don't do as the US wants them to, they could be next.
So what's next?
With Maduro now in New York, there's just a lot of uncertainty at the moment. Trump says the US isn't planning any more military action in Venezuela, but they're, quote, not afraid of boots on the ground. For some Venezuelans, as well as other South American countries, that's concerning to hear. This is Ione again.
Even some of Maduro's biggest critics in the region, and by that I mean not just people in Venezuela, but also people who were not fans of Maduro in Brazil, in Colombia, in Argentina, and other parts of the region, they have very recent memories of US intervention in the region and how that can sometimes go wrong. The US, for example, backed many military coups throughout the 20th century, some of which led to very brutal dictatorships of their own. Now, that being said, there are some Venezuelan opposition figures, for example, who felt that this was necessary, that this was essentially a last resort. But I think there is certainly a nervousness about the US exerting this kind of military control and attempted regime change of another nation.
Phew, can be a lot to take in, I know, but you've made it to the end of the episode and you can stay up to date across BBC coverage if you want to know even more. I'm Ikra, this is What in the World from the BBC World Service, and we'll see you next time.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.